Check, check, check. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio, and today we are going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be looking at Leonardo da Vinci's, or is it by Da Vinci, Salvator Mundi. This painting sold at auction just a few years ago for $430 million in US money. So that's a lot of money. By far the most expensive painting ever sold. And again, is it actually by Leonardo da Vinci? I'm not sure. We'll talk all about that in today's episode. It's going to help us also complete our trifecta, or our quadrifecta of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle paintings. We've got our Michelangelo, Donatello, Raphael, and then of course today's painting by the man himself, Leonardo. So just having a little bit of fun with these four masters of the Renaissance. In the case of Michelangelo, Raphael, and Leonardo of the High Renaissance. Donatello is sort of the odd man out. He would be from the early Renaissance. So let's jump right into this episode. Let's move all of these fellows out of the way. Come back to them if we need them. Okay. So let's look at the plan. Oh, there's a few new things that I'm adding to today's episode. I want to just sort of right off the top talk about how difficult this painting might be. So I've got a little scale of difficulty here. I'm going to say today's painting is you're either at 4 or 5. You could certainly attempt this painting if you've never painted anything before, and it could be fun. It could also create a lot of frustration and could lower your interest and confidence in making art going forward. So just bear that in mind. So when I say number 4 or 5, I've got little definitions for each one here. 4 or 5 is someone who's maybe done a few of these before, and maybe painted a few other things elsewhere. And particularly number 5 here would be an expert, someone who's not only learned everything that we're doing in class, but trying to do their own things outside of class. So if you feel like that meets your criteria, then you could certainly try to paint this painting as well. Obviously, this painting, if it was done by Leonardo, whoever did this painting spent a significant amount of time on it. So just bearing that in mind, that we're not going to do the full, year or two worth of painting that would require to get this painting done. Our goal is to try to get the painting done in about 5-6 hours, right? So here's our plan for today's episode. And again, you'll notice a little difference here is I'm going to start right off here talking about the materials that are required for a painting like this. And then we're going to get into our image transfer. We're going to stain it. We're going to talk briefly about Leonardo's biography, mostly just talking about this painting in specifics. And then we're going to do a little underpainting. And I would say if I can get this done in less than 6 hours, that would be a miracle. So I've actually got a bunch of snacks. I got myself some apple slices and some fresh banana bread that I cooked myself. So, and a couple of cups of tea to power me through today's episode. So let's also just quickly remind anybody who's maybe watching for the first time to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you know when future episodes are coming up. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can use PayPal. You can send an e-transfer or a check through the mail. If you want to contact me through my email, it's on the Facebook group and my personal website. Those links are down below, so you can find those. You can use the YouTube Super Chat, but YouTube takes like 40% of whatever you donate. So if your intention is to donate as much money to me as possible, YouTube Super Chat less effective, unless it's just a I mean, hey, I'm not going to complain about a donation. Just want to make sure you get the biggest bang for your buck. Okay, so, and as always, you know, because I'm doing a few slightly different things, let me know in the chat if you think this is a good idea or a bad idea. Okay, so I want to just start off right at the beginning talking about materials that might be required for this and other paintings we've done in the class. I'm not going to go through this entire list. There is a couple of PDF handouts that you can download from the Dropbox folder. That link is down below for that. And that has some of this information in here. And, you know, there's also optional things that we probably won't use any of these in today's episode, but just knowing that you may want to consider buying something like these in the future. And of course, having some materials to help you clean up in the case of some sort of disaster along the way might be a good idea, like at least a paper towel or a rag, because it's usually when you don't have any cleanup supplies nearby is when everything goes wrong. Just speaking from personal experience. Kathy says, so glad to see Michael has food this time too. I appreciate that. Okay. And so this is the kind of system of painting that we're going to be using. We're going to be using what's called a split primary palette. I'll talk about these colors when we start putting them onto the palette here a little bit later on. But just so you know that the reason why I do this is because to help reinforce the concept of warm and cool colors. Because there's no such thing as a neutral color, or essentially as a primary color. Every color has a temperature, and that's why we've split the warm and cool colors into, or split the so-called primaries into two, into their warm and cool components. I don't know, maybe all this stuff might be overwhelming for people, but so this is the paint brand that I'm going to be using for today's episode. And these Amsterdam paints cost you about $15 to, you know, if you look around, you should be able to find it for about that price. If you're spending $19, $20, $25 on one of these 250 milliliter tubes of paint, you're paying too much, and you can find it cheaper elsewhere. You know, Amazon is very convenient, but I always find their art supplies are generally more expensive than anywhere else. So unless you really want the convenience of Amazon, I would suggest doing an extra little bit of a look-see. So other paint materials that you can buy, golden, this would be maybe one of the best, but you're probably not going to notice any difference. It's also going to be about 3 times the price. I'm not going to go through and explain all of these different paints. Again, this is in a handout in the Dropbox folder. That link is down below. So you'll see that there's all of these are my suggested palettes, paints that you would buy at your local art supply store. If you can't find this Amsterdam anywhere near you, you should be able to substitute these paints in their place. This is just based on me looking at a bunch of different paints listed on various art supply stores, websites. But here's a couple brands I'm not a big fan of, the Peebo or the Museum Color. It's because they put too much titanium white in their paints. Now, there's titanium white even in these Amsterdams, maybe even a little bit in the golden paints, and they use that to make the paint more opaque. I just find, though, that it well, first of all, it makes it impossible to mix the black as I do here in class. So you may want to consider a different brand. Museum Color is quite cheap, but the Peebo is about the exact same price as the Amsterdam, and I think it's much lower in quality, which is a shame because Peebo is a internationally recognized brand. So let's go into our first step here. So we want to get an image onto the canvas. And so what I like to do is use this process where I transfer an image using some carbon paper or graphite paper. So the first thing you're going to want to do is download this free template that I've created for you on I created it on my iPad using the Procreate app. I just traced over the image. And let me show you where you can download that. There's a link for it in the description below. And if you scroll, you'll see at the very... So when I was talking about all these guides and PDFs that you can use to find different brands of paint, that's all here in these first few... Probably in this first folder here at the top of the Dropbox. That link again for the Dropbox is right down there below. You'll see a whole, I don't know, 100 folders here that begin with letters, and then if you keep on scrolling, so the ones with the letters are easier paintings. You'll notice today's painting is not listed there. It is listed way down here at 141. So there's like 200 folders here in the more difficult paintings. So let's click into this. You'll see that there's currently 2 folders in here. There's La Scapigliata, which is a this beautiful painting. We did that maybe 2 years ago. That one's a little bit simpler than today's painting. It's still pretty complex. Most of the things Leonardo did were pretty complicated, which is why he hardly finished anything, because he gave up on a lot of stuff halfway through. So our painting is right here. There's the original plus 2 versions of the outline. One's a PDF, one's a JPEG, whatever ones you want to use to print off on your printer at home or your local print shop. Okay, so once you've done that, let's do this image transfer process. So I've got my 9x12 sized canvas panel, which I've took out of the plastic. I sanded it, put some white acrylic gesso on there, let it dry overnight, and then I sanded it again with 100 grit sandpaper to get some of the tooth off. So it's now a much smoother surface. And it's not perfectly smooth like glass, but it is smoother. I don't want perfectly smooth. I like just a little bit of texture. And so I think that's going to make it a lot easier to do a painting like this, where there's a deceptively high amount of detail in here. And especially with we call this sfumato technique that Leonardo used. The smoother the surface, the less distraught you'll be as we go forward. Okay, so I'm going to tape this down. I have this fan running to keep my camera cool up there, and it's one of those, it's this strange period in the year where things are both hot and cool, and it's warming up. Last couple days here in Vancouver, Canada, where I am, have been gorgeous, and then really wet, so the weather's making a bit of a transition. So it's kind of hot in my studio right now, thus the fan, and yet that fan is kind of chilly on my face. So, I'm both sweating and freezing, which is that should be a t-shirt for life in Canada. Okay, so I've got this applied on there. Now I'm not going to do every single line. I'm going to do the fewest lines that I can get away with, really just the most important ones. I actually did this outline 3 years ago. I was planning on doing this painting 3 years ago, and just my interests kind of went in a different direction with this channel, and so it's been sitting there ready to go, waiting to happen until this very moment. So I'm excited to finally do this one. So we'll talk all about what makes this painting so unique very soon here. And why it is both fiercely believed to be an authentic painting by Leonardo, and then fiercely believed to be a painting by one of Leonardo's followers or students. And you have very well-known curators, collectors, critics who fall on both sides of that debate, disagreeing about the authenticity, or the attribution anyway, of this work. I think many people believe that Leonardo probably touched the surface of this painting, but whether he was the author of it as opposed to it being one of his students is what really the main debate is. And these famous ringlets here, the hair. I'm going to do that. If you're going to go lightly on any area, think about doing that around the face, because this is going to be where Leonardo's light touch, his soft touch, and that sfumato technique that is very famous, probably most famously seen in the Mona Lisa. So as you're doing your outline, you may want to think about, you know, having a little bit of a light touch as you do those outlines, and even the underpainting as we get into that area of the painting. So let's show you what I've done thus far. You can see I didn't do much of the hair here because that's just going to completely disappear very quickly under several layers of paint. So so interesting. I've been watching a bunch of different documentaries on Leonardo and reading about him and also about this painting, and he's such a fascinating fellow. We've done, this is our third episode on Leonardo. We did paint the Mona Lisa by him, was it going on almost 4 years ago, I think. And that one I did probably about as simple as I could probably imagine doing it. So today might be, I'm probably going to spend more time on this than I did on the Mona Lisa. Okay, so I'm going to take my carbon paper or graphite paper, whatever you use. You can buy these at your local art supply store. And even local dollar stores, or maybe even, well, I don't know if Staples or Office Depot or anything like that would have it. Because it's sort of in a less used material, but maybe you'd be able to find it there. Wow, look at all the comments in the chat. Okay. There's Chase says, I'm the first one again. There's Kathy says, I guess I'm second. Chase says, how are you today, Mike? I'm doing pretty good. Kathy says, number 5 on the list of difficulty. That's me. Not. LOL. I'm going to give it a shot and see where it goes. Who knows? Oh, there's Ari there as well. Hi, Ari. Pascal says, neutral gray. Yeah, you could mix a neutral gray with Pivo or the museum color. That's true. And Kathy says, yeah, Pascal stirring stuff up as usual. Ari says, anyone going to paint this one? Pascal says, I'll be painting it in my mind. That's the hardest method of painting, is painting in the mind. That's a tricky one. I'm still working on it, still learning to do that. Kathy's got the outline done. I'm gonna experiment, gotta learn something, I hope. No promises though. Ari's gonna use the tiny watercolor set they just got. Oh, cool. Want to learn how to sketch outside with them. Yeah, as I always say, like, watercolor, I think, is the most difficult medium to use. So, you know, the only way you get better at anything is by doing it, practicing it. So, good luck. I mean, I don't teach any videos on how to use watercolors, but the great thing with watercolors is you can go slowly. You can build the surface up. Obviously, you might have to wait for layers to dry a little bit. So it's often when I'm doing watercolors, I might have a few different ones on the go so that I can paint on one and maybe put that aside, and while that's drying, maybe paint a different scene or something. Pascal says, Leonardo's followers and students, like us here. Well, I appreciate that, but many of you are, you know, exceeding me with some of your paintings, so I am very flattered to see that. Barbara says, I'm thrilled to see this extraordinary painting being tackled. Did they ever find out who actually bought it for all that money? Yes. And, well, we're pretty sure we know who it is, so we'll talk about that here in a few minutes. There's a pretty good idea who bought it, yeah. Although it was originally bought by an anonymous bidder. Or at least Christie's, who sold the painting, knew who it was because they got the money. But there were sort of a few different hands it went through. Okay. Okay, so let's jump into this painting. Let's go to our next step. So the next step after getting our drawing onto the canvas, and of course you could draw this out just with a pencil directly onto canvas or paper, whatever you want. Obviously using the image transfer would speed that process up and help you get a little bit more accuracy. Either way, I like to have that done before I do this step to help kind of seal the paint in. So, if that, just so that we don't get the paint potentially smudging around on the surface. It's unlikely, unless you're really aggressive with your paint application. But I would prefer that the Imprimatura itself smears as opposed to other colors over top. That's usually not such a problem unless you're using like a 2B, 4B pencil. So if you're using an HB pencil, it's probably not going to be a problem. The one thing, though, that I like doing, using this Imprimatura for, is, let me show you a few different reasons here why we do the Imprimatura. You know, I always think using the Imprimatura just helps get the painting started without having to worry about, you know, this white canvas that is just sitting here taunting us. You know, here, you know, I can just immediately get rid of it with this warm yellow all across the surface. I also like the kind of warm glow that it provides. So we'll take a look at Leonardo's painting here, and we'll see if we can see his Imprimatura and what he used. He certainly would not have used this yellow like I did. So anyone who's like, that's not what Leonardo used, no. Well, I would agree, absolutely. He would have used probably a dark, kind of like a brick red, brownish kind of color, an earthy tone. So I like using this warm yellow because it's goes on very quickly. Just squeeze it right out of my warm yellow tube. I added about 40% water, so almost half and half. And also adding water to my Imprimatura is the only time I ever really add water to any of my acrylic paints. So you can see that I'm kind of going left to right and then up and down as I do that. What that's doing is just helping that paint really get into the texture of this canvas, so that I have nice even coverage. Because even like there's areas where, you know, those first few trips across the painting with my brush here failed to completely cover the canvas. It's not such a problem, but it's just kind of, it's nice when everything is unified. So again, the other thing I like about doing an Imprimatura like this is, you know, already that I kind of like the way that looks. So it's kind of nice when you start a painting to begin it with a level of confidence where you feel like, okay, that's looking good. I like how that looks. I feel like doing a little bit more. Because making an artwork is you don't have to do it, right? You're kind of putting yourself into an uncomfortable position, challenging yourself, just like someone who gets up early in the morning and goes for a jog, or someone who goes to climb a mountain. You don't have to climb a mountain. It's not like, you know, you're trying to rescue someone. I mean, maybe you are, but usually not anymore. So you're doing it to challenge yourself, and I think you want to feel confident when you begin that process, or when you first take a few of those steps so that you want to do more of it. Ah, there's Abdullah says, hello sir, good morning. How's your day going? It's going great, especially now that you're here, my friend. Pascal says he only has 4 fingers on his right hand. Well, let's take a look. I think, well, on this hand you got 5 there. So that's, I guess, technically his left or his right hand, but maybe left as we look at it. And then yeah, I got this little pinky fingers kind of hiding out in the corner there. It made me, for a second, I'm like, oh my goodness, did I forget a finger? Okay, I think I got them all there. Oh, And the thumb on the right hand makes 5. But, you know, as you said, I was like, whoa, maybe let's take a look at it. Maybe you noticed something I didn't. But, okay. So we've got our everything ready. Let's go to this next step. Let's talk a little bit about Leonardo da Vinci, and even more specifically about this painting. Why did it sell for so much money? And it's a complicated answer. So, Leonardo da Vinci is born in 1452 and dies in 1519 at age 67. Which, you know, probably for the time made him a bit of an older gentleman, but there were people who lived longer, like Michelangelo. Leonardo da Vinci was, you know, one of the most interesting figures in all of history. And his influence on culture persists to this day. He is the quintessential, quote-unquote, Renaissance man. And, you know, the term is basically named after Leonardo. Renaissance man kind of meant somebody who is good at lots of different things, had interests in many different things. And there was no one who typifies and exemplifies the Renaissance man more than Leonardo. Not only was he an excellent, amazing, maybe one of the greatest painters of all time, but he was a famous inventor, or at least he conceptualized many inventions like flying machines and medical devices and weaponry and all sorts of different kinds of things. Most of those were never built during his lifetime. Most of those were probably, no one besides Leonardo even knew he drew them in his notebooks until maybe centuries later. But he's still credited with having come up with some of those ideas long before anyone else did. So Leonardo was also made significant contributions to engineering, to anatomy, and even if you go further into medical sciences and understand by dissecting human corpses, was really kind of helped propel medicine forward from its kind of more primitive magical roots in the past to medicine as we know it today, really trying to understand how the body's functioning, as opposed to attributing many of those things to magic or to some heavenly interference, perhaps. Leonardo was also a major innovator in the field of optics, which was brand new at the time, and that'll play a little bit of a role in today's painting, and even plays a role into whether or not this is actually by Leonardo, because that's this crystal or glass ball that Jesus is holding in his hand. That's and the way it's depicted is one reason why some people believe absolutely this is by Leonardo, and why some people believe it can't possibly be by Leonardo. So I have done 2 previous episodes on Leonardo and probably talked ad nauseum about his entire biography, so I don't know how far I want to go down that road again. Suffice to say, Leonardo is born in this little tiny town outside of Florence. So let's zoom out here so we can just get a context here. So you've got Europe, you got France and Germany, Italy, Spain, and North Africa here. And here in Italy, you have a few different places, just maybe while I'm here mentioning. So you have Florence is pretty much is often where Leonardo spent a great deal of his time, especially his formative years. He also spent a lot of time up here in Milan, a little bit of time in Venice and a very brief period of time in Rome before he goes all the way up here to Paris, and this is where he eventually passes away, and why his remains remain in France, and why the Mona Lisa is in France and not somewhere in Italy. So let's just sort of zoom back in here to the little town of Vinci outside of Florence. So his birthplace here, let's see if we can find any photos. I've never been to this building. There's not really any Da Vinci stuff left besides the original building itself. I've watched a few documentaries that sort of walk around in this space. It's kind of a nice, building that is, preserved, and it's kind of late medieval kind of architecture. But beyond that, it is always, I find it super fascinating to, walk around in a room and think like, wow, this is where the young Leonardo, was maybe drawing on the walls, or where he looked out the window at the flowers and birds and explored the local, forests and vineyards and things around. Also in Vinci, there are a few other, there's a small museum, and there's lots of cafes and dentist office and everything named after Leonardo in Vinci. And that's why it's Leonardo da Vinci, Leonardo of Vinci, or from Vinci, right? As many artists would have been known back in the day. You would be like Leonardo from that town. So probably people in Vinci didn't call him Leonardo da Vinci. They would just be like Leonardo. Anyway, so that's where the whole story begins. Soon after, when he's a young boy, he apprentices with Verrocchio, who himself was one of the great early Renaissance artists. And Verrocchio was, a great painter. He was also kind of a jewelry designer, metalsmith. And when we look at these paintings, I see both a little bit of Leonardo's technique, because he was Leonardo's teacher, but also, especially in a painting like this reminds me a lot of Botticelli, who is also kind of a early Renaissance painter. And he's someone we're going to be doing a few paintings by coming up in the next few months. Verrocchio also did sculpture, as we see here, which was... There's no surviving sculptures by Leonardo that I know of. Now that I say that, I don't think so. Although one of the things Leonardo... one of the big passion projects of Leonardo's life was to build this gigantic equestrian statue, a giant horse, that was supposed to be this, massive bronze. And I think soon after it was completed, there was a war, and the horse was melted down. Well, first of all, it was shot at by enemy soldiers using it as target practice, and then it was melted down and turned into cannon. So it's one of the great finished or unfinished artworks / destroyed, lost artworks of all time. So anyway, he studies with Verrocchio from about the age of 7 to the age of 14, and by the time he's 14 years old, he's already starting to eclipse Verrocchio. So you can imagine if you're like, an artist who's fairly well accomplished like Verrocchio was, and you've got this like preteen working alongside you, and they start collaborating on paintings, and then you start seeing that this kid at that young age is already starting to eclipse you. Man, that would be an existential crisis right there, right? You'd be like, how is this possible? Wow. Although I suppose that would also be, every teacher like myself kind of hopes that, let me move that back there, sorry. Every teacher sort of hopes that they're able to impart as much good information as possible so that the next generation does eventually eclipse you. And I hope that's what happens with these episodes, that eventually other people can use them to become much better painters than myself. That, for me, that would be considered an accomplishment. I should also mention here, so it talks about Verrocchio and his relationship to Donatello. So Donatello was Verrocchio's teacher. So there's sort of, that's really one of the only connections that exists between Donatello and the other three Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Donatello dies, I think 1466? Let's just get the dates right here. 1466, Donatello dies, and so that's just like about a decade after Leonardo, or, well, 14 years. So pretty much by the time that Leonardo is, quote-unquote, graduating from the studio of Verrocchio, Donatello passes away. So, there's the mantle of great Renaissance artist is ready to be embraced by the next generation here. Let's see. I think I've probably talked about a bunch of this stuff before. So here's the sketches, as I mentioned, for this gigantic horse that Leonardo was planning on working. I think these are really some of the only things that survive, is these sketches. We know that he was doing it because there's lots of notes. You'd be surprised at how there's lots of records going back even before the Renaissance that have survived. That talk about, earlier there was the Leonardo's baptismal record, there's lots of tax records, census records, letters from people back and forth, especially big artists like Leonardo, who would have been communicating with powerful people. So all those letters and things have been preserved. I'd say, probably, so there's just when we think about like great paintings, this might be considered maybe Leonardo's first big hit, right? The Virgin on the Rocks. This is in the Louvre. There's one, I believe, in the National Gallery in London, although that might be the unfinished version. You'll see one of the great themes of Leonardo's life is leaving things unfinished. He was a very impatient fellow and was always experimenting with different tools and techniques, and got kind of a little bit bored of things pretty quickly and moved on without apology. The vast majority of Leonardo's output is unfinished, or in some cases has been lost or destroyed. So this painting is in the National Gallery. There's where's the more finished? So this is kind of the subsequent version that came out of this, where he got rid of St. John the Baptist in here, right there, and just made it about Jesus and Mary and St. Anne. Leonardo also, was a great map maker. And this is amazing when you really think about this. This is a map that Leonardo made, and I've actually watched a documentary where they take this map and they overlay like a Google map over top of this. Of course, some of the streets and things have since changed, and buildings and things are moved all over the place. But what is remarkable is the level of accuracy of that map, written in created in 1502. So this is even before there were hot air balloons where people could look up, down. This is what he's envisioning. Like, even just to imagine a map like that is pretty transformative. I mean, what an interesting fellow to be able to create things like that. You know, I mean, I've been I've been working on a book about unfinished art for about 20 years now. And I just all of a sudden realizing the great irony of maybe I'll never finish this book on unfinished work, which seems very appropriate. But you know, here's a very famous painting by Leonardo that was unfinished. You know, and I suppose when we look at unfinished works, you know, some of us might think of those as like, you know, it's a great shame that it was never finished, or for me, I find unfinished work so fascinating. In many ways, I find it more interesting than quote-unquote finished works, because first of all, I am absolutely fascinated with the process of making art. Thus, why I do all of these paintings in real time here on YouTube, so that people can see the process of an artist's work in creation. It's that. My interest in process has gone back, you know, decades from some of my earliest art, and more performative. I consider sort of this as a bit of a performance too. But these unfinished works give us a clue as to how artists like Leonardo, whose finished works are very hard to reverse engineer, kind of like this, you know, like the Salvator Mundi or the Mona Lisa, because of the way this sfumato technique that Leonardo used, this very soft, gentle, one might even say edgeless or outline-less art was created. It's hard to really find clues, unless of course they're using x-rays and all sorts of scientific tools to be able to kind of get into the pigment application and mixtures and all that kind of stuff. It's hard to see it on the surface, as opposed to like a Van Gogh painting, for instance, where every brushstroke is visible from beginning to end, and you can pretty much deduce what was painted when just by looking at which brushstrokes were painted on top, and those would be some of the last ones, and which brushstrokes can we see that have been painted partly covered by other ones. And therefore it's, okay, well, it's pretty clear where the artist began and where they ended. As opposed to Leonardo, if you're looking at the Mona Lisa, it's like, I have no idea where he began. But so these unfinished works, I think, are fascinating for that reason, because they give us a lot more information, at least on the surface visual level, than most of his more complete works. Like this isn't. This is also one of my favorites. I would love to do this painting, probably maybe sometime next year. But really, one of the reasons I love this is the hand. Leonardo's painting of hands has got to be some of the most beautiful and technically accomplished painted images of all time. There's a I don't know how you would even describe there's a realism, which obviously is what people like about Leonardo, this sort of photographic quality, but there's also a relationship to classical art. Like the hands are all kind of posed in very like Greco-Roman kind of sculpture. There's an appeal to this there's a delicateness to them. I don't know how, yeah, it's kind of magical. And that's, for me, that's one of the most, the great leaps forward that Leonardo does is the way that he paints hands. And I think that comes a little bit from the way Botticelli painted hands, who was, the previous generation, or really, well, yeah, the previous generation to Leonardo. Although they didn't meet, they knew one another. And Botticelli also is very great at the subtle depiction of fingers and hands. Obviously, the Last Supper, super famous. We are going to be doing a Last Supper painting. In fact, I've already begun that, because but it's not by Leonardo. That's going to be happening. I'm going to sort of try to finish it on Thursday. There's a lot of stuff that I've been doing in behind to help get that painting started, so that I can try to get as much of it done in one painting session. But anyway, that's coming down the pipelines the next couple of days. And then next week, I'm doing a painting, another painting by one of the great Nabi painters. And then we're doing our feedback episode. I think that's on Wednesday or Thursday. I can't remember. Anyway, that's coming up next week. I know people have been asking about that, and I think, promise I would do it last week or this week, but I wasn't looking at the schedule. Okay. Let's talk a little bit well, first of all, the Salvator Mundi. What is that? The Salvator Mundi is this depiction of Jesus as Savior of the world. That's literally what Salvator Mundi means, right? This person who's been sent down from the heavens, from God, or is, God's son, or God in human form, to save the world. And so this depiction of in here is, we've got Jesus with his hands raised and as a blessing, and then this orb here, which is meant to represent the earth. I think it is interesting too that this idea of earth being depicted as a spherical form already sort of tells us a little bit about what the conception people had of earth as a spherical object, because this is also happening at the rise of Galileo, who also knew Leonardo. They weren't best friends, but they would have met a few times at some of the dinners hosted by the Medici family. But Galileo obviously is one of the first persons to conceptualize the earth as revolving around the sun, and really kind of helps Galileo's sort of the opposite, the anti-flat earther, I suppose, right? So it's interesting, you start seeing these orbs appearing. So that's, what the Salvator Mundi means. But let's kind of scroll up here and just sort of talk about today's painting. Okay. So this... Okay, how do we even begin talking about this giant can of worms that is the Salvator Mundi? So the painting that we are going to paint today is based on this version of the Salvator Mundi that has been attributed to Leonardo da Vinci by a handful of fairly important, powerful curators and historians. There's actually a larger group of people who vehemently dispute that authentication on a number of grounds that we'll get into here. So we're going to be painting this version of the Salvator Mundi, but there is a dispute as to which painting did Leonardo do, if any of them at all. So what's interesting here is you can see this is the painting that sold for $430 million US, and yet, if we do an X-ray of this, or this is an X-ray of this painting, we see how different it is. And it is a little bit alarming at how different the face in particular appears here. and even Leonardo's famous hair. You know, one of the things people really love about this painting and believe that and see it as a reason why this is by Leonardo is the beautiful and subtle application of paint for the hair, these so-called ringlets. But when we see the X-ray, it seems a little bit more clumsy, a little bit more of the way that probably I'm going to paint this painting today, because I certainly am no Leonardo. Okay, so one of the reasons why we believe this is a painting by Leonardo, or just that this composition is by Leonardo and not by someone else, is the number of copies of this painting that have been around over the centuries. So in fact, here's another, this is the same painting that we're going to do today, but this is as it appeared after it was cleaned, before it was restored. So you can see it was in terrible shape. Terrible shape. And this is probably why it was sort of dismissed as just a painting by no one in particular, is because trying to kind of see any evidence of Leonardo in here is pretty tricky, right? Considering the level of damage on this painting. So there's been, the painting as we see it today is after a significant years worth of restoration that went into the painting, which, as always happens when any painting is restored, there becomes a debate as to how much of what we see was done by a restorer and how much was done by the original artists themselves, and in that restoration process, how much distortion occurred. You know, someone who works as a restorer of artwork, you know, generally they take great pride in making their work invisible, in doing as little alterations and interpretation or transformation from the original as possible. So, but when you're looking at a painting that is in this level of degradation, that means that the restorer had to do a lot of extra work on top. I mean, let's just think about these sort of famous ringlets here. I think there's some other images here, but the restorer would have had to paint in a lot of that stuff on their own and using their imagination to fill in those gaps. I mean, we could see that what's interesting, actually, to their credit, you know, when we look at where most of the damage is kind of on this, I guess, technically right hand, although as it appears to us, it's like the left hand, but so to the credit of the restorers, when we look at the restored version, they opted to not put in a whole bunch of ringlets here and let it kind of be a little bit simpler. Excuse me. Too much talking, not enough tea. Excuse me. Okay, so maybe while this image is up here on the screen, it's worth just talking about this orb itself, this crystal sphere, which is intended to represent the earth that Jesus has saved. And so, first of all, a spherical piece of glass back in the late 1400s was exceptionally rare and extremely difficult to produce. So glass as we know it today was relatively new back in the 1400s. And, by the time Leonardo arrives on the scene, they are getting much better at it. And Italy is like the glass-blowing center of the planet, and specifically Venice, Italy. So Leonardo, I'm sure with that inquisitive, curious mind of his, when he first started to see glass and the potential for glass to help an artist visualize images, I'm sure was just hypnotized. Because around this same time, you have the rise of optical devices, and anyone who's interested in reading a little bit more about what the impact of optical devices had on the art world should absolutely consider this book, The Secret Knowledge by David Hockney. This is one of my favorite books of all time. There is a documentary that the BBC did called The Secret Knowledge with David Hockney it aired on PBS here in North America. And you can watch the entire 2-part documentary on YouTube. Somebody bootlegged it. It's been up there for a decade. I think it's like some of the best, hour and a half of your life that you could spend if you're watching me right now. And don't stop and go watch it now. Maybe wait till after today's episode. But it's a really compelling documentary, and it's also very easy to watch. It's not like some art documentaries that even I watch, and I'm like 5 minutes in, and I'm like, what are we talking about? I understand every third word. What is this even about? David Hockney he's really great at explaining extremely difficult concepts in a very easy to understand way. And David Hockney also, by the way, arguably, one of the top 5 greatest living artists. David Hockney is now probably in his early 90s, late 80s. And, I would say probably him, along with Yayoi Kusama, might be, and she's a great Japanese artist. We've done a couple of her paintings in the past. Between David Hockney and Yayoi Kusama, I think those are arguably the 2 greatest living artists of our time. And both of them are a little bit older, so may they live as long as possible, because when they pass, there'll be a huge void. But anyway, this is an excellent book, and it really talks about how artists used glass and optical devices to create photographic-like paintings all of a sudden out of nowhere. And there's a great image that David Hockney has in that documentary. You see, I think he calls it the Great Wall. And what he did is he printed out all of these images and taped them to the wall of his studio. I'm sure there's a photograph of it in here somewhere. But what he does is he shows that kind of art was just going along this line for thousands of years, and then all of a sudden in the late 1300s, early 1400s, it just has a radical shift into, all of a sudden paintings become photographic, right? And how does that happen? Is it just all of a sudden something got into the drinking water in Europe and everyone just was all of a sudden had this magical ability to paint like photographs? I can't find the large picture here, but this gives an idea. He just posted hundreds of these pictures on the walls of his studio and in this sort of timeline, and you can really see how those images, like everything just sort of changes. And so Leonardo was one of those artists who was kind of at the forefront of, so here we just see this little timeline that he's created. There's anyway, I'm kind of getting into the weeds, a little bit geeky kind of subject matter, although I think it's absolutely fascinating. But long story short, Leonardo, fascinated by glass and what glass can do to create things like the camera obscura and various other optical devices, which would allow artists to basically project an image onto a canvas or piece of paper that they could then trace out and try to, then use that to create a realistic image. So basically the argument is that photography cameras have existed for 600 plus years. Film, however, has only existed for 150 years. So before film was invented, artists had to affix the lines from a photograph by hand onto paper and trace it out. So this globe here, made of glass, is interesting because different people see this in different ways. So some people look at this glass and see this as evidence that this is not by Leonardo, that this painting is not by Leonardo, because Leonardo himself was such had made such great strides in the field of optics that he knew that a glass ball like this would create all sorts of weird distortions, that probably Jesus's hand would appear inverted up here, that this fold that begins behind the orb and continues down here would probably also be inverted and might even kind of, go the opposite way around here. So that, so the question is, well, if Leonardo, one of the great thinkers and experts really on glass at this time, there's no way on earth he painted this painting, because this is technically wrong, that the image doesn't behave the way Leonardo would have seen it behaved if he had a ball like that in his hand, which may or may not have even been true. Maybe he's just imagining it, but if he'd even seen something vaguely familiar, he'd have been like, well, I would paint it very differently. So some say, well, Leonardo was too smart, he knew too much about optics to let a painting like this fly. He would have done it differently, therefore it's not a Leonardo, and, that's the end of the story. Other people look at this and say, well, it could be by Leonardo. Maybe Leonardo just made a big mistake. Maybe he never really saw a piece of glass like this. He had seen other pieces of glass, but glass, to be able to, even today, like I went to an art school where there was a glass blowing department, and to make a spherical thing of glass is pretty tricky. And I'm sure maybe someone who's a glass blower themselves, no, it's not that hard, Michael, you're blown out of proportion. Well, from the people that my friends who are in that department, just hearing them talk about it, you'd have to take some experience at the very least, right? So some of them say, well, Leonardo didn't know and he made a mistake here. That as much as we think Leonardo was this brilliant guy, well, brilliant people are capable of making mistakes too. So there's that. I was watching a documentary just before this, and they were saying that actually the fact that this orb is painted this way shows Leonardo, and that Leonardo deliberately made a quote-unquote mistake in painting this orb, in that he painted it in a way that does not show any distortion, because of course this is a picture of Jesus, and the idea of Jesus holding this orb that has a distorted image inside would sort of contravene the whole idea of Jesus as being this, the personification of God on earth, and that God clarifies things rather than distorts things. That therefore, if Jesus, or if Leonardo had painted this orb as it would have actually appeared, it would, perhaps to a lot of people who'd never seen glass before, would evoke in them, perhaps the idea that Jesus is distorting reality, that maybe this depiction of Jesus is as some sort of nefarious figure who's got some powers that distort reality, and that potentially Leonardo could be, they might think of Leonardo as maybe trying to undercut Jesus and his abilities and show him in a negative light. And so that Leonardo, in order to avoid that, and also to suggest that Jesus has this clarifying ability to restore order to a world that is out of balance, and therefore Leonardo is painting this painting showing this is not the way it looks, but that's how powerful Jesus is that he could take a glass ball like this, and normally it would be distorted, but Jesus is so incredible that he can sort of negate the power of that glass and make it appear transparent. I think it's a really interesting thesis, an interesting concept. Again, how is that true or not? I mean, we have no idea. We don't have any letters from Leonardo talking about this painting. But you see, here's descriptions by Leonardo talking about how the eye sees and how glass and optics work. So Leonardo was fascinated with the way that we perceive light, the way that we apprehend objects. So the question is, well, if Leonardo was such a fan, such a student of this emerging field, is it possible that he could have even have stopped himself from trying to include that in there? I mean, again, the argument is, well, most people until probably 200 or 300 years later would not come at that painting with that knowledge and might think that this is something really weird going on. So I don't know. Personally, I'm on a little bit more of the side of the fence that Leonardo, I don't know if he could resist that urge to put that knowledge into this painting, how he would be able to withhold that information. He seems to me someone who would be so compelled with trying to paint this essentially this scientific observation of his and include it in this painting, regardless of whatever may be political or religious significance might arise from that. I don't know. I find that all of that kind of super interesting. There is some evidence here, like of some of the drapery that from Leonardo's sketchbook, that shows great similarity to, let's say, the right hand of Jesus in this painting. Okay, so I think, is this, let me just see here where we are. So one of the things with, one of the reasons why we know that this is an important painting is the number of copies of the painting that exist. So, back in the day, if you were an important artist and you made a painting, it's not like you could take a photograph of it and load it up on the internet and people all over the place could see your art. Someone, if they were interested in seeing your art, they would have to make the journey to come see your painting. And that wasn't always feasible for people. Not everyone had the ability to travel back then. Traveling was difficult, it was expensive, and it could take months, if not years, to get around to some place. And there's also always bandits, and if you're traveling in the middle of the countryside somewhere, there was a great deal of chance that somebody might jump out behind a bush and rob you of all your belongings, or worse, right? So what ended up happening is important artworks were often copied by other artists, and then those paintings could then go on their own journey spreading around the world. That obviously makes the work of a historian pretty tricky, because you've got all of these copies floating all over the place, and trying to figure out which is the original one, which is the authentic one, becomes difficult. But the fact that there's so many versions of this painting suggests that somebody did a painting like this at some point that was that fascinated lots of people. Whether that was by Leonardo or somebody else, we don't know. Leonardo did sketches that bear, great similarities to some of the clothing, and those have survived. So that is a clue that Leonardo at least saw the original painting and did some sketches of it. So was Leonardo himself looking at a painting by someone else and fascinated by it and made sketches based on it? Or did Leonardo create the original painting and then his followers and students make versions of it? Again, we have no idea. Let's just take a look, though, at some of these copies. There's at least 30 copies of this painting from that era that exist. I'm sure there's hundreds more, like we're about to do today, that have been created over the centuries following. But most of these ones that we're about to look at were created during the time of Leonardo. So were painted around the same time. So, there's debate as to who did the actual original painting. Yeah, it's fascinating looking at all of these and how little distortions. I'm like, it's so wild. A couple things too is there are a number of versions of this painting in which neither of Jesus's hands are visible. So for some people who say, well, maybe Leonardo painted the original, but other artists, as they were making copies of it, decided to add their own thing in it, like some hands. And that maybe as those copies started to spread out, people decided, well, I can't get to Florence to see the original. Maybe what I'll do, and I don't even know what the original looks like, but I've seen this one, like we're about to do today, and I see the hands like that, so I'm just going to paint that version. So and you start having versions of versions of versions going out there into the world. Wow, that's wild. Okay, this is actually an interesting painting to consider while we're thinking about today's painting, is that one of the reasons that many people believe the Salvator Mundi as, or at least the one that we're going to be doing today, is not by Leonardo, is by the composition. Leonardo at no point in his entire career, or at least the paintings that have survived, even the unfinished ones, do we see any portraits that he ever did of someone straight on. Generally, all of Leonardo's paintings feature some sort of distorted figure, people twisting into and kind of contorted poses. That's something that Michelangelo picked up from Leonardo. Michelangelo, and we know that because Michelangelo even wrote about it. Michelangelo, who was, probably 30 years, 20 years or so younger than Leonardo, looked up to Leonardo, studied from Leonardo, not directly, but they did meet a number of times. But Michelangelo studied paintings by Leonardo, made some copies of them, I think all of which have been lost. But he wrote about how Leonardo has all these contorted figures, and then that becomes Michelangelo's signature move. Everything Michelangelo does from there is figures kind of in these more dynamic poses, more complicated poses. kind of even a little bit like what we're seeing here, right? Where the figure's kind of turned ever so slightly. Even think of like the Mona Lisa. She's not straight on. She's a little bit more like as I appear on the camera right now, right? She's not sitting here straight on looking directly at Leonardo. She's turned ever so slightly. So, if Leonardo, the argument is if Leonardo made a painting of the Salvator Mundi, he wouldn't have done it like the one that we see. He would have done it probably more like this. So then the question is, well, maybe somebody saw that, maybe even this painting, right? This copy of Leonardo's original. And then as those copies started to go out into the world, somebody else, maybe of a lesser ability tried to do it. And instead of having, Salvator Mundi kind of turned, or kind of like this, right, holding that ball, instead, or that's even a little bit different, right? It's just, he's kind of, that's strange, right? So, I mean, that's the thing. Leonardo, like a lot of Renaissance artists, are kind of trying to show off how good they are by complicating the composition, and there's no greater way of complicating a figure than having them, posed in like a 3/4 angle, because now you got to use a various different kind of proportion, like foreshortening techniques, what it's called. Or let's say one hand appears bigger than another hand, right? You have these, and so that's hard for somebody who doesn't know a lot about painting to be able to do, right? To be able to create those differences, and sometimes if they can be very subtle when someone is just slightly turned, is kind of becomes a signature move of great artists, because it makes it harder for other people to pull off, which makes your work kind of stick out above the rest of the crowd. So all of these, to me, look like they're more likely kind of inspired by like Leonardo. They're more likely, they have that more complex type of pose. So let's, what else do I want to say about this painting? Okay, so the painting was basically the original. Again, we know that that somebody painted an important painting at some point, and then it was so important that many artists made copies of it, right? Was Leonardo one of those artists who made a copy of the original, or was Leonardo the producer of the original painting? And does that painting still exist? Is that painting this painting, the one we're about to do? It's hard to say. Many people believe that this painting we're about to do, shows some signs of Da Vinci's hand, of his paintbrush working on the surface, again, particularly in the hair and maybe in the way that the orb was painted, and even in this hand too. But that Leonardo didn't paint the entire painting, because what was common back in the day, before there were such things as art school, is artists would apprentice with an older artist, just like Leonardo did with Verrocchio, and Verrocchio did with Donatello, and so on and so forth, right? So Leonardo probably had a kind of a rotating school where younger artists would come and study with him for, maybe a few months to several years. Again, Leonardo, he worked with Verrocchio for at least 7 years, right? And what ends up, the usual method for that type of apprentice-master kind of relationship is that you would have you'd probably initially come in, and Leonardo might sketch something out on a piece of paper and say, okay, I want you to go do your best to try to bring this painting to life. And then you might assess the quality and ability of that person to decide whether he wants to keep them on or not, right? If you start seeing that they're doing pretty good, then you might say, okay, well, here, or maybe here's my sketch. Now take this sketch and get the initial painting started, and then I'm going to come around and maybe do a little bit of work on it, try to show you how to do hair, for instance, or fingers, and then you keep on working on it, and I might come back and be like, no, let's do that hair a little bit differently, and until the painting gets finished. So some people believe that's what happened with this painting, that it began by maybe Leonardo sketched it out, maybe Leonardo had already done a previous version of it, and that some other artist in his studio began this version, and Leonardo touched it up in a few places as a demonstration. Like when I'm teaching painting classes, often I'll people are struggling. I'll like, okay, well, this is a color. I'll mix it for them, and then I might paint a couple brush strokes on their painting, and they'll be like, oh, okay, I can see, and they'll hand the brush to them, and then they'll try to replicate what I've just done. So that's very typical. I remember that when I was in art school all the time. I remember I had an art teacher when I was in art school who, you'd be doing a drawing that you're actually really excited with, and then he would come up, his fingers would be covered in charcoal, and he's like, see this right here? And he's just tapping all over it, and you're just like, you're ruining my drawing. You might draw a line right through it and on the face, and then walk away, and you're just like, not such a nice painting anymore. But that's very typical of like the art school education, and as I said, like what the apprentice master kind of relationship was. So many believe that they might concede that, okay, Leonardo touched this painting, but it's not by Leonardo. It's by somebody else with, a little bit of the corrections by the teacher in there. Another major part of this painting that is sort of one reason why people question its authenticity is the blank background. And we see that in a lot of the other copies of this painting also have really nothing in the background. And that is also very unusual, because let's say the Mona Lisa, like a lot of Leonardo is considered by many to be amongst the very first persons to paint landscapes. Now, landscape art as a genre in and of itself doesn't really begin for another 50, 60 years. And really, its origins are kind of in Northern Europe, like in Holland, like the Netherlands. Like Dutch artists are often considered to be some of the very first to make landscape paintings on their own. Right, like the Mona Lisa by Leonardo is considered to be one of the first paintings to have to depict a landscape. Let's just... Right, so this kind of, these craggy cliffs and pathways and bridges and things. Artists didn't really do that in the before paintings like the Mona Lisa. Most of the time artists would have that blank background, or maybe a pattern in behind there, or like, design of like the wall, or some kind of almost generic type of decoration back there. So the fact that this background is blank also kind of raises some red flags, because they're just like, okay, there's a lot of things that Leonardo never did or didn't do, especially at this point in his career, that we see in this painting. So those are major red flags. Like, again, it's the distortion in the face, the background being incomplete or non-existent, right? The way that the orb was painted. Those are kind of maybe your three big red flags. Again, those things can all be explained away by other artists, or the full frontal composition. So 4 red flags, right? I'm sure there's probably another 5 or 6 if I can think of them off the top of my head. So what some people think is potentially like this whole composition looks a lot more like medieval art. You know, like the art that artists were painting. You know, maybe 2 generations before Leonardo, in the late 1200s, early 1300s, where you have, you know, these famous medieval paintings where everyone looks very stiff, and almost everyone is almost either painted straight on or from the side, and everyone is kind of robotic looking, right? And so for Leonardo, who, you know, at the time that this painting was painted, is at the forefront of this radical innovations in painting and optics. It's so odd that he would all of a sudden, you know, it's like somebody running forward in one direction to then do a U-turn and run in the opposite direction. I mean, it's not an impossibility. There's lots of examples throughout history where, you know, let's say Picasso. You know, Picasso, you know, the co-inventor of Cubism. In fact, let me just while I'm kind of talking about this. So, like, Picasso helps kind of come up with Cubism along with Georges Braque. And so in the you know, throughout the kind of like the entire 1909 to, like, let's see, 1918, Picasso's making paintings like this, like super avant-garde. Everyone in the world is like, what's Picasso up to? We got to make paintings like this. And Picasso is, you know, again, running in this direction. And then what does he do immediately after? Paintings like this, which is like a 180 back in the other way. So it is possible that, you know, Leonardo pulled a bit of a Picasso, or Picasso pulled a bit of a Leonardo, if you want to think about it that way. In that, you know, Picasso, after kind of breaking all of the rules for a decade, decides, you know what? The most avant-garde thing I can do right now is to make a painting in this much more like neoclassical kind of style. You know, a little bit more photographic like kind of approach. You know, and he starts doing these. I would say this is my favorite period of Picasso's. Is this? They're just, you know, yeah, like a painting like this. We've done a few episodes where I painted a couple of images by Picasso during this era because I love them. And so in that sense, they look super retrograde. They look like they're done by an artist 100 years before, although there's elements of them that are specifically from that, you know, early 1920s kind of period. So is it possible that Leonardo, after breaking all this ground and would do a 180 and kind of go back the other way and make art inspired by, you know, the medieval artists of the past? It's not impossible, but it is unlikely. Again, it's one of those kind of red flags that is like, he's kind of at the height of his power. Would he really do that? I don't know. So we'll never know for sure about this painting, whether it's authentic or not. I forgot to mention. So this painting was thought to have been lost, or at least the original Leonardo that people think of, that maybe some of these copies were made from, was lost in the, early 1600s, late 1500s, and people thought it might have been destroyed in one of the many wars that occupied Europe for since the dawn of time. Or maybe it was just in someone's collection and it moved around and sort of just disappeared that way. Anyway, today's painting resurfaces in, I think, 2003. And it, in fact, I think I've got a link here that's got a timeline. No, where is the timeline? One of these pages I have has the whole timeline on it. Okay. Of course, when I'm live here, I've lost. I think. Anyway, so the painting disappears. It's this version, anyways, found in 2003. And it's thought to be just sort of some generic copy of the Leonardo painting. And then as they start to restore it, people start to kind of get excited, be like, well, there is some signs of Leonardo here. Like, a lot of it's, in very poor condition, but the hair, that's pretty interesting. That's a big Leonardo kind of signature move there. That globe and the proficiency in which it's painted, that's also a good sign. So it gets cleaned up, and a number of curators and historians and experts look at it, and they have this debate, and that debate's still going on. And it's authenticated as being not even just from the studio of Leonardo or a student by Leonardo. And sometimes if you go to a museum, you might even see that, like School of Verrocchio, perhaps, or School of Donatello, right? And so many people say, well, this should maybe more accurately described at the very most as the School of Leonardo, and it's not, or at least it hasn't been. So then it goes on sale in 2017. So on 15th of November 2017, it's auctioned off for $450 million. I think I said $430 million a few times earlier. Let's add an extra $20 million to that. And it's sort of one of those things where, there's an online bidder. It comes out that it was this prince here, Prince Badr bin Abdullah Al Saud, and that it was going to be purchased for the Louvre Abu Dhabi. So there's this, probably a decade ago in Abu Dhabi, the Louvre built or licensed the name of Louvre to Abu Dhabi to build a kind of sister museum to the Louvre in Paris, and that this painting would be the crown jewel for that museum. It was promised to go on display twice, but has not. And so there's a big debate as to why that has not happened. Some people say that the reason why it has not gone on display is that people who own the painting are kind of afraid to make it public because they fear that it's going to bring a lot more attention to it and it will be discredited, and therefore the value of it will plummet. That's one kind of conspiracy theory. It's like they've got this painting, they paid for it, like, oh man, we better not put this on display or we're going to be the laughing stock. That's possible, maybe unlikely. It's since kind of come out that the Saudi Arabian Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, or otherwise known by some as MBS, was likely the actual purchaser of that painting. So MBS has sort of unlimited money and is himself a extremely controversial figure. to say the least. Oops. MBS has been accused of a number of major human rights violations over the last decade or so of being in power, including including this here, the assassination of the journalist Jamal Khashoggi. You know, you may have heard about this this case. It was big news. It's still, you know, it's, yeah, where this journalist is sort of arrested, taken into a building, and then just disappears. And it's believed that he was killed and then dismembered, and then his body was disposed of somehow, taken out in little bits and pieces, because security cameras around the building didn't ever see anything big really come out. So who knows? So that's, you know, essentially this guy, who's seen by some people as being a pretty terrible human being, might be the owner of this painting that has been attributed to Leonardo, and that he plans on displaying it in a new building of his own in northwestern Saudi Arabia. So they're currently building this museum here, and I don't know how to pronounce the name of this city, Al-Aula, maybe, is that how you would say it? Which is itself like a incredibly important historic place on Earth. Like really, there's a lot of ancient architecture, and believed to be like some of the oldest settlements in human history, and also plays an important role in the rise of the Islamic faith. And so that the Crown Prince is planning on building this massive art museum in and around this area, and that eventually this painting will go back on display there and be kind of like the crown jewel of that new museum. So who knows where this painting is at the moment and what the eventual plan for it is. I think if you spend $450 million on something, even if its authenticity is disputed, you'd likely find it on display eventually somewhere. And yeah, potentially people might come and see it and be like, yeah, totally, this is exactly what I thought. It's definitely not the real thing. Well, you still you had them fly in from around the world, pay for a hotel, buying themselves some lunch and dinner, visiting the other tourist attractions, buying a museum ticket to go in and see the painting. So, I mean, there are other paintings that are hotly contested that are still on the walls of major museums. There's very famously a few infamous or famous art forgers who claim that they can walk into any major museum in the world and find dozens of paintings that they made on the walls. A great film by Orson Welles called F is for Fake has some interviews with some famous art forgers that talk about that very specifically. So I think it's just a matter of time before this painting resurfaces. It's because of its valuation, how much it was purchased for, makes it by default a absolutely fascinating point of discussion for artists and restorers and curators and collectors and historians, and that will never change, again, because of the amount paid for it. Even if by some manner is eventually completely discredited, it will still have a place in art history, either as some sort of like example of you know, one of the worst purchases in art in history altogether, and like a great folly, or potentially MBS might be vindicated and shown as like he made a great purchase. Because again, if it is the real thing, either way, it will be a kind of a must-see object in that part of the world. Like if you're in Saudi Arabia, you fly all the way across the world to go there, you would probably make it as a point to go and see this painting. Just because probably people are going, well, did you go see the Da Vinci painting in the new museum there? Like, how could you go all the way there and not actually go see the painting? Even if it's a fake, you still got to see it with your own eyes and make up your own mind. So anyway, I've probably been talking, wow, way too long. So Michael, let's get on the horse here. Just as a quick little, to wrap all this up. So again, Leonardo, towards the end of Leonardo's life, he spent some time down in Rome. He lives in the Vatican Palace, or the Papal Palace in the Vatican City, and he's getting up in age, so I think he's about, what, in his early 60s, which again is not that old, but for the time is, you're getting older, and he's making less and less larger works. He's doing more sketches, more interested in optics and botanical drawings, etc. And he's the Pope and Leonardo and is it Francis? So let me just scroll here. Yeah, King Francis I of France sort of invites Leonardo to come to Paris, basically, or outside of Paris, to sort of be his kind of special guest. These kings and queens and popes have these gigantic palaces, and so they'll be like, hey, listen, you're probably one of the most famous living humans, let alone artists of our time, and I'm a really rich guy, so hey, do you want to come live with me? You can stay in one of the 1,000 rooms in my palace, and you could wander around, make drawings. I'd love it if you join me for dinner as often as possible and tell me stories about all the great paintings you've made and the people you've met throughout the course of your life. And why don't you come there and basically retire? It's like a giant retirement home. He's like collecting the artist, right? And so Leonardo moves to France, and at this time also France has also had a number of major military victories over some of these Italian city-states in the kind of the northern parts of, like in Milan. So at the time, Leonardo probably is sort of playing cards with himself and being like, well, that new king of France is sort of like one of the most powerful people around. Like, might be kind of nice to go hang out with a winner, as Charlie Sheen might say, right? So Leonardo brings the Mona Lisa with him on his journey to France, and a few years after having kind of installed himself there, he passes away. Was it? I'm trying to remember what his cause of death was. Is there any mention of it here? I can't remember what. I mean, it wasn't anything. Like Leonardo was a fairly quiet figure. It's not like he died in a knife fight or from alcoholism or anything else. I think it was, relatively, mundane, typical way to go, or of a stroke here. That's basically there you go. That's what people think happened. Yeah. So there we go. That wraps up our story of Leonardo. Okay, so I've been talking for an hour and a half about this. I thought I was going to be talking about 20 minutes. Okay, Michael. So much, all good plans, eh? Man plans, God laughs, as the saying goes. Well, look at you guys having quite the conversations here in the chat. My goodness. Oh, there's Ismo's there. Ari's gone to bed. Jess just is in the chat here. Hi, Jess. Is doing the drawing class. I'm so excited, Jess. That is so cool. Just starting on my art journey, so I haven't even looked at painting yet. I'm only just managing to fit the lessons in whilst the kids are at school and in between work. I wish I could do more. Well, they're going to be there for you for forever, for you to, when you do get a little more time, and maybe you get a little bit. I've got a little 4-year-old, you know, at school right now, so I appreciate what it's like to be a parent. Oh, and there's Rick there as well. Rick says the unfinished book on unfinished art, kind of like Cosmo Kramer's coffee table book. Great, I love it. Oh, and there's Randall there. Hi, Randall. So scroll up, so I want to make sure I acknowledge everybody here is in the chat before I move on. Okay, I just scroll. There's so many comments. I don't know if anyone's asked me a question there, so I think I'm going to. If you do have a question, sometimes it's really helpful if you just put question in capital letters, so when I'm scrolling through all of those messages, I can just, they stand out. Okay. So let's turn our attention now to the painting itself, and probably where we want to start is with an underpainting. So an underpainting is where we just start to kind of block in areas that we think where we want the painting to go. And actually, you know, I just said I was just finished, but talking about this, but I do want to just share with you because I think it's kind of works kind of nicely. So we see this kind of X-rayed version underneath here. That kind of helps us understand a little bit about, like, you know, maybe what's going on underneath the surface of this painting. Kind of there's so many different definitions as to what an underpainting can be that and I've modified the ways that I think of what an underpainting is, or how I do an underpainting. Some artists see an underpainting as literally the kind of a rough version of the painting. You're putting in big solid areas of color that you'll then start to kind of just start refining that whole composition. The way I sort of think about it these days, or at least for the purposes of these classes, is kind of a little bit of outlining, so that when we paint, we can kind of we can see where eyes and lips and fingers go, especially once they start to get covered up with more and more paint. So I usually like to make a kind of a color up that approximates black as my underpainting color, but not always. There's been times where I've used different colors for my underpainting, but usually it's a darker color. So it might be like a darker brown or dark green or dark purple, just because how it might complement the original. Oh, there's Caroline says, "Oh my God, I just looked at your first video you did as a drawing course and realized that you're live right here, right now. Thank you for doing that." Awesome. That's so great, Caroline. I'm glad. And there's Supreme Taco says hi. Supreme Taco, great name. I love that. Okay. So just to kind of show you what I've just done here. Maybe let's take a small brush to do this. So what I did is, because I know I'm about to paint my underpainting, is I took a little bit of my cool yellow, my cool blue, and it's a bit of my warm red, and I just squeeze them right out of the tube right here. And I'm going to mix these together, and if I get my quantities right, then I'll end up with a black, or at least very close to black. So that's the recipe for making your own black, which I'm going to do a number of times throughout today's episode, because there is a lot of black, and there's a lot of black and gray and brown in paintings of this time in Europe, because artists were kind of limited with colors that were available to them. You know, we see in other cultures at the time, like particularly in Africa, you have much brighter palettes because those pigments were more common. In Europe, less so. They had to be, in most cases, imported. So this color is a little bit on the brown side. So what I'm doing, and brown is basically orange plus a little bit of blue. So when I notice my color is very brown, that tells me that it lacks blue. There's not enough blue in there. So I added more blue. Now it's looking pretty good. The one thing I would say is now it looks like it's dark. But, and maybe in fact, let's just take another brush just so you can see. If I take a little bit of white, and I'll take a little bit of this color, I mix them together. Actually, I thought it was going to create a bigger difference. It's hard to see, but that's actually a bit more on the purple side. So whenever you're making a black, you want to think about, like, what is the color that I've got, and then you want to use the opposite color from that on the color wheel. So previously what I had here, I used my cool yellow, cool blue, and warm red. And as you saw, I mixed that together and I got a brown. So brown is kind of around here. When we mix the correct mixture together, we get a black, right? So that color was here because we didn't have enough blue. So what I did is I added more blue to that color, and the color kind of came down around here. So what that tells me is I've now got a bit of a purple. So I need to add some yellow to pull that purple into the center. Right, so let's add a little bit of yellow, I think. There we go. And if you've never done this before, it can be kind of tricky. It can be, it's hard to, when you look at a color, to be able to just to look at it and be like, oh yeah, that needs a little bit more yellow. Oh no, it needs a little bit more red. I totally get it. When I mix that together, that's, well, it still kind of looks slightly purpley, but actually I don't mind that at all. So, I mean, it's right now that color is kind of like there. It's not quite in the center. And I could add more yellow to it to try to get it even closer, but I also don't, it's not that much of a concern of mine. I'm more concerned about you know, I guess black itself is such a dominant color. We really only want to use black in the foreground. If you think of a painting like a window, black is like a bug on the window. It leaps forward. So I want to always use black as sparingly as possible. And if I make my own black, it's almost impossible to get a perfect black, to get those colors mixed at the exact right proportion. So we end up getting something that's often maybe a little bit more green or yellow or blue or orange or brown. And I can see why that could be frustrating. I kind of like that. I like seeing energy in the black as opposed to like a dead black. Like true black is black's life, right? So I want to have some of that light reflect back to my eyes. Barbara says, don't forget to like the video, guys. Thanks, Barbara. You know, for those of you that are kind of relatively new to the channel, like Carolyn, or Caroline, is it Caroline or Carolyn? Probably Caroline, maybe, right? I think. One thing you'll notice is how wonderful the community of people is, and so I encourage you to join the Facebook group, and because just how supportive and generous people are with their feedback and encouragement, and just like things like that, I think it's really, really sweet. So Barbara's signing off for now, Michael. It's 1 a.m. here. I'll catch the rest tomorrow. Good night, everybody. Thanks for staying up with me, Barbara. I really appreciate that. Have a wonderful, sweet dreams. Okay, maybe just before I start this underpainting, I just want to look at the original and just see what really needs lines and what doesn't. So, you know, I think, you know, the hands, yeah, absolutely. I can do a little bit of outlining there. There's probably, if there's any outlining at all in this painting, it's going to be in the hand. Really, the rest of this painting is very subtle, and that's like a very, that's like a trademark of Leonardo. Probably an area where I don't want to put any lines at all is going to be on the chin here, because look how delicate this is. Now that's probably could be due to the damage on the painting and the restoration, and that this looks so ambiguous. Like, I don't know if this is supposed to be Jesus's beard or, you know, what. So that's, if anything, in this is where probably the most, where I feel like this is what's going to cause me the most fits, is right here. So when it comes to my own painting, I want to kind of leave that same sort of thing with the eyebrows and the way that I've drawn the bridge of the nose. I'm probably going to leave those absent. So let's zoom in here. I'm just going to put a few delicate lines there. I think if you're new to painting, this kind of thing can be some of the most valuable stuff that you do, because it will help you when if the painting gets kind of busy and loaded up with paint and you lose your way. If you do a little bit of, you take this extra little bit of time here at the start of a painting to try to fill in these, to add a little bit of detail here, I think you'll you know, it's a bit of a pain in the butt because you're kind of just like, I just want to get going. But it's one of those things that you end up being very grateful for 4 hours down the line, kind of thing. So I'm going to leave that bridge of the nose. So one reason what I did here is I just wiped. It's like, you know what? I think that bag under that eye, that's a little too much. I'm just putting a little bit of a mark there just so that I can maybe help myself later on. So I guess, long story short, to my whole story about whether this is the Salvator Mundi or not, or it is a Salvator Mundi, but is this by Leonardo or not? Long story short, I would say it's highly likely that Leonardo was involved. And that his brush touched the surface of this painting at some point. It is, I think, a bit of a stretch to call him the sole producer of it, though. I will say also that the restoration work that was done on this painting is some of the best. I would say it's, the thing is I would say it actually made the painting better. And made it look more Leonardo than I think the way it originally appeared. Unrestored, I think the resemblance to a Leonardo is questionable. And so that's one of the things with restoration of artworks. You know, part of the debate is how much do you do? What is the what is too much? At what point are you kind of erasing the hand of the original artist? I don't know. But I suppose, you know, this is a much better restoration than the famous Ecce Mono, which we painted for April Fools a few years ago. That kind of infamous attempt at restoration of a fresco in Italy that ended up looking like some kind of horror movie villain, you know, with and I feel terribly sorry for the woman who volunteered to do that restoration and did her best, but also, you know, that painting, as poorly done as it might have been, you know, elevated a relatively generic painting that was otherwise probably destined for eternal obscurity, and made it into like a major destination that has probably saved the church in which it was painted from destruction. So, you know, so sometimes that happens. Sometimes an artist, you know, maybe makes a quote-unquote mistake, you know, like Bob Ross and The Happy Accident, but that mistake ends up being, you know, a fortuitous one that I don't think the woman who did that restoration appreciates sort of the the light in which she's seen is sort of, she'd probably rather be known for something else. But if we take the positive view of it, I think her intervention on it, yes, maybe it has destroyed the original work, but the kind of cultural phenomenon that has resulted is might have ended up saving the church. So I don't know. I tend to try to find the positive in things like that, and I think it's all in all probably quite positive. Again, so sometimes it's okay to turn your painting to, because this painting this part of his clothing here is kind of hard to do straight on. It's our wrist, more naturally wants to kind of have this arcing shape, right? So trying to kind of paint an arcing shape that way is kind of awkward. So I want to make it as easy for myself as possible, because the easier and more natural that movement is, the more accurate it might ultimately be. Okay. And why cause yourself more frustration than you need? There's plenty of stuff in this painting to frustrate a person, so we'll take every kind of break we can get. Okay, that fan is really starting to blow too much cold air on me. I'm starting to shiver. Paula, hi Paula. Paula says, hi guys, spring is around the corner. Snow still don't like to leave Edmonton. My folks live in Calgary, and they were saying that it feels like Christmas out there. They got a big, what do they say, 32 centimeters of snow last week, which is, that's one reason why I live in Vancouver and not Calgary, that's where I'm originally from. I mean, I love Calgary. It's where my folks live. We're going to go visit them again this summer with my daughter in probably a month. But it is nice to be in a little bit of a warmer climate, even if it rains. My friends here in Vancouver, always complain about the rain, and I always think, you never grew up in a city where it snows 7 months of the year. Yeah, because you wouldn't complain about the rain if you had to deal with, winter jackets and shoveling driveways and sidewalks for over half of the year. Okay, I'm just gonna tape this down. I don't know what it is with my... Okay, so on my palette here, I've got all these little things Velcroed, my little labels. They can Velcro them here, right? And they stick on really nice. But for whatever reason, the warm yellow doesn't want to stay there. I have used every kind of epoxy and super glue in order to get that Velcro to stay there, but it always falls off. I don't know what it is. It's, that part of my palette is haunted or something. It just, yeah. Anyway, so I'm going to blow dry this. So that I can then move on to my next step here. Ah, I snuck a little apple slice in there and blow drying. Okay. Great. Where are we? There we go. Now that we've got our drawing, our image transfer, then our Imprimatura, that's this yellow, and then our underpainting completed, let's start painting the background. Now with this painting, we're kind of fortunate to have a relatively simple, straightforward background here to paint. There's no detail, no images, no patterns. It's basically just a solid dark color. So I think that's what we're going to do here, which is going to free us up time to work on the actual figure itself. Because, you know, sometimes I spend 2 hours or more painting the background, and then people start to be like, when are you going to start the actual main subject of this painting? Fair, that's fair. And again, as I talked about this, the fact that this background is so plain is very un-Da Vinci-like, which is what another thing that raises some red flags here to question its authenticity. But I digress. Let's think about what color we want to use here. Now, I think most people might be compelled just to throw a black in here. I think I might build to a black, but I'm going to put in a brown. Like when I look at this, that is not a dark black. It is, it's not a, you know, a dead black. It's actually a little bit lighter, right? There's, in fact, almost no solid black in this painting at all. Again, you know, is that what, if Leonardo painted it, you know, I don't know, but would he have done that? So anyway, let's, I'm going to paint in, I'm going to mix a cool brown as my first layer, and then I'll paint a black over top of it. So where should we do that? Let's do this up here. I'm going to take my cool red. Maybe I don't need quite as much paint there. My cool yellow. Let's mix, oops. Let's mix up this. Turns into kind of a bit of a red dominant orange. And then some cool blue. Right. Which is going to give us a really, in fact, maybe I should have put a little bit more red in there. So this gives me kind of a very purpley color. I was wanting to have a bit more of a red. Let's put a bit more of that in there. There we go. I want this like really dark brown. Ooh, I like that a lot. In fact, I was planning on painting that and then doing my second coat with my black. Well, let's see how it looks on paper or canvas, because I actually really like this brown. It feels a lot more like the original. Let's put these side by side up. Again, it's going to be really hard to see until we get it painted, but yeah. Ooh, it's nice. You know, something I also feel like there's, I kind of associate brown with Renaissance for some reason. I think it's because, you know, so many older paintings have kind of yellowed and have a brownish quality to them. I also like painting the edges of my paintings a lot. That's great. So just again, to make this paint, I used my all three cool colors on my palette. My cool red, cool yellow, and cool blue. With a higher concentration of cool yellow and cool red to get that brown quality. If I put too much blue in there, it starts to become closer to a black. And while I like black, and we're going to be using, I'm going to mix black throughout this painting. Okay, so I'm going to blow dry this in a second and then do a second coat. Just before I do that, however, I'm just want to go over and make sure I don't have any major areas of texture in here. Because what happens is if you have a big solid color, especially if it's a little bit darker actually, and you've got a little bit of texture, that's really going to show up later on. The light is going to hit it, and it's going to potentially create texture that might be less desirable. Sometimes it's kind of cool. But if you don't want it to happen, the thing that I don't want is sort of like a ring of paint as it goes around the head here. That's why, you know, you can see me using my finger here. What it is the paint is kind of dried a little bit, and I'm just sort of going back in there and trying to get rid of that. And then I'm just looking on angle. Looks pretty good. Okay. Let's just blow dry that. Have a slice of apple. Okay, great. So one of the reasons why I take a little bit of extra time to blow dry that kind of thing is I want to make sure that this is because I painted it a little bit thick, a little bit thickly, more thick, more. There's a thickness to that paint, and if it's wet, what can happen is I might accidentally remove, like, if you're painting onto wet paint that's semi-dried, what can happen is it can kind of peel off. It's the weirdest thing. You'll probably see me do it a few times when I start glazing here. And it's one of the most frustrating things that can happen to a painter. Okay, so I'm just making a little bit more of this brown. I wasn't planning on doing the 2 coats of brown, so that went a little bit closer to black. So and that's kind of gone a little bit more brown. I kind of want it to stay a little bit darker. So let's take a bit more of this. Did I just put too much cool blue in? And I did, didn't I? 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. Okay, so let's just do that again. Okay, that's good enough. It's going to look pretty dark anyway. It's a little bit lighter. So I won't know if this, well, let's see. I'm going to paint this, and then we're going to start with the foreground. And then we can always come back and darken this later. I'm feeling kind of like at this moment it should go darker still. And don't be afraid to go up to and over top of things like the fingers, so that we don't have little areas where the background kind of gets less dense, or this background color gets less dense. I find that super distracting. So that's, I mean, on camera it looks, at least as it appears to be, way more brown. As this dries, especially if I was to do another layer on here, it would just appear darker and darker and darker, because less light can penetrate through this dark surface to get down to the paint underneath. Like, yeah, you can see. You know, when they're side by, again, I have the brightness turned up on my camera to make it easier for you to see the details as I'm painting them. But let's see. We'll put a little placeholder there for this, and so I'm going to move on to the foreground. So what I'm just going to do here is I'm just going to group as much of this paint that I have left together. I do this especially with backgrounds, and especially like a big flat colored background like this. Because if, let's say, I am happy with it, but I splatter a little bit of paint or get some water there and a little spot forms, then I can use that to restore my painting. So I may end up falling in love with that brown as I get more of the painting filled in, or I might go like, let's paint it black. Don't like that brown at all. Or I could do a bit of both. I might say, I like the brown, but I think it needs to be a bit darker. So in that case, I could even just take my black and just add a little bit of glazing or matte fluid to it, and then paint over top of that to just modify that color a little bit. When I'd say at this moment, I'm kind of betting that I might end up doing a little bit of that. So you might have seen as I was painting, or as I was using the blow dryer, I was using a small brush just to go in and add a little bit more brown, kind of around the fingers and shoulders, basically everywhere when I was getting close to my pencil lines. When I was using that big brush, I started to kind of, lighten up a little bit because I didn't want to completely cover them. But what that meant is less paint was coming off of my brush, so that some of those areas were more transparent than others. Okay, let's move on. Now that we got our background started, hopefully established, and maybe done, we'll see. I mean, we might do something back there, but let's move on to the foreground. Let's start painting the central figure here, Jesus, or the Salvator Mundi, the savior of the world, in the center. So, as I was doing a little bit of blow drying, I was looking at the original image and just trying to think about, like, how did Leonardo do this? What signs, and again, it's complicated because this painting was heavily restored, but can we get any clues as to what colors underneath? And what I was doing was looking at, areas where the color appears to be a little bit transparent, like this blue. So it kind of looks to me, and we really see this maybe even better in the face, in these eyes, that there's some sort of warm brown underneath here, which is not at all dissimilar from we just did a painting recently that had a lot of brown Imprimatura. I've totally forgot what painting that was that we did. I think I'm gonna do that here though. I'm gonna cover this with a brown, certainly not as dark as the original, but I think because I could just paint my yellow on top of this, but I'm just gonna give it a little bit of extra care, a little bit of extra love here. So let's take our warm yellow. Let's take a bit of warm red. So it gets a bit orangey. Oops. Let's take a bit of warm blue. Put a little bit more blue in there than I wanted. So let's put a bit more red in here. That's not going to be enough to get all the way across this paint. I think I like this. Let's just mix that blue in there. Try to work around it. Let's just incorporate it. We're going to paint over this whole thing anyway, so don't be too anal about it. I'm talking to myself. Okay. Probably, in retrospect, would have made sense to have done this before I did my background. You know, potentially we could have painted the entire painting with this warm brown, but I like to put my warm colors in the foreground and brown colors in the, and cool colors in the background. And even though they're both browns and they're going to look similar, I still think painting the correct cool color, making a cool color as opposed to a warm color, is just going to help increase the depth of the space here. Again, my goal is just to avoid any major texture. Also, when I'm painting a painting, you know, at this stage, I try to go out of my way to avoid using a small brush for as long as I can get away with it. As soon as I pick up a small brush, I then just start fiddling with details, and I want to save that fiddling until the very, very end. I do find that like a lot of Renaissance painters would kind of start dark and then progressively lighten. Oh, Courbet, that's who painted. It was a lot of very dark colors, very dark brown Imprimatura, and then spent really most of his time lightening up on top of that, as opposed to, did I just get paint on my nose? I did. As opposed to, I generally prefer to start in the middle and then lighten and darken and then slowly push further away in kind of a bit more of the academic tradition, is to start a little bit on the darker side and mostly lighten, a little bit of darkening. And I know I've watched YouTube videos by people who are big advocates of just start dark and lighten everything on top. The one thing with doing that, though, is you end up having to put a lot of white into subsequent layers, and what that does is it starts to obscure the Imprimatura, which then kind of starts to lower the usefulness, as I see it, to that technique. Okay, let's blow dry this and then move on. So another thing too, now that I've got this paint, I've kind of darkened my Imprimatura, I suppose you could say. It now makes the background, it makes me feel like the background, maybe at this moment anyway, doesn't need to get darker. I don't know, I'm just trying to think why it seems, I would have thought it would be the other way, because I would have thought that bright yellow would make the brown appear darker, and then by darkening this would appear to almost lighten because the contrast is less extreme. And yet by doing this, it now makes me feel like the background doesn't need to get darker. I don't know, I mean that's the weird thing with painting. That's why I'm always such a huge advocate to paint the whole thing, as you know, to always be sort of, you know, like, was it from the Karate Kid, wax on, wax off? Is that how wax on? What is the technique? Wax on, wax off? I don't know which. I have to watch that. I haven't watched that in 30 years. But that I'm kind of moving around the painting rather than just starting with the eye and doing a perfect eye, then do the other eye and finish that and never again touch them. I want to paint the whole thing developing like a Polaroid picture. That way I don't waste any time needlessly painting something that I then have to go paint over or modify because it's not quote unquote right. Because my brain just is not big enough to see the whole finished thing from the very first brush strokes. I need to build the whole thing together so I can see it happening. It's also the way that the vast majority of artists, or successful artists I should say, have painted, right? It's a very academic, traditional approach to painting, as opposed to, you know, maybe the way some people on YouTube teach painting. Okay, so let's look at this again. Where do we want to start? I think it would be really satisfying for me to get some of this blue in of the robes. Because there's a lot of brown in here, and I think just getting a little bit of a different color. Although, maybe since I've got a brown semi-mixed already, I think it makes sense to paint these, I don't know what you would call this sort of brown, like what is, like it's some sort of, it looks like a sash or something, I don't know. And also, what is going on here? Why does that stop? Now, I do remember I was doing some Photoshop stuff here. So let's look at the original. Oh, okay. Sorry for coughing. directly into the microphone. Okay. So it is cropped like that. That is weird. Okay, yeah, you can see in the original painting underneath, that part of the clothing is consistent all the way through. That is so strange. Did that happen in the restoration process? That might be it. Oh, uh-oh. That looks like somebody goofed on the restoration. You see how this part here, that kind of continues, it goes right through there. Versus in the restored version, it's been mysteriously painted over. Sorry. I think I have to run and grab a cough drop or something. Otherwise I'm going to be coughing throughout this entire episode. Give me 2 minutes. Okay. So, I think I've just stumbled upon a mistake by the conservators, the restorers here. I think so anyway. Why would they do that? How could they create such a... I mean, you know, sometimes it's one of those things that is not visible until you try to do what we're doing. That is so weird. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna sorry. I'm gonna paint. I'm gonna mix a darker warm brown. So let's bring these side by side up so we can see. Let's get a little darker. So when you want to make a brown darker, you just add more blue to it. Okay, like that. I'm going to switch to a smaller brush. Use a smaller brush, but look at how much paint is still on this brush that I was just about to wipe it all off. I basically painted most of what I wanted to paint with the paint on the brush. A little bit sloppy there, but Okay, that's good. It is odd. I think it's the curators from the National Gallery in London who did the work on this painting, who should be some of the best in the world at what they're doing. I can't see them having overlooked something like this. So to me, it must have been deliberate. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. So it does make one wonder, like, okay, what are they seeing there? What evidence do they have for making such an odd choice? Like, why would, I don't know what the answer would be, but I'm sure there's one. It's just it's strange. Okay. I'm going to blow dry that. Okay. Well, I've still got this paint. I'm just going to do a second coat. So even it probably doesn't show up on camera very well, it's because of my camera settings, but you know, putting the second coat of brown over top of that previous color, I notice that this color looks more deeper brown than the first coat, which looked kind of a little bit reddish. And that's probably because of the transparency. You know, it's been painted over this lighter yellowish brown, and so this coat kind of that first coat brought out some of the more reddish kind of qualities. Now, while I'm here, I might as well put a first layer, since the same color I can use to paint the hair as well, or at least the foundational layer of it. And as I do this, I'm also painting right up to a little bit on top of the black. in this instance, I might just let this stay at one layer of brown. For now, anyway. So I'm just going to zoom in here so you can see. So I'm just cleaning up that edge. Doesn't mean that that's the last time I'm going to clean that edge up. It just means that I'd rather kind of catch this. Oops. Now. And I'd rather have a little bit of brown overlapping the black, having a bit of a ghost layer there, ghost bit of paint, then have that yellow or white poking through. Because that's like a little bit of the it's like a little bit of the illusion being broken there a bit. And a big part of this type of painting is you're trying to create this seamless illusion, like a photograph. You don't want to distract people with those little things. That, on the other hand, you know, hundreds of years later, becomes things that artists do deliberately, like someone like Matisse leaving gaps between colors so that maybe the Imprimatura or the bare canvas itself is visible. Oh, what's this sleeve in here? Where's that? Let's paint that as well. Ultimately, this is going to be, this might be one of the closest things to black in this painting, but it won't hurt to paint a brown underneath there. So I'm already starting to like that. I love doing these. It's so much fun. It's so neat to see a blank canvas starting to come to life. Very cool. Okay, so what I want to do now, let's put some blue in here. Now, what blue is that? There's like some cool blue, some warm blue. There's a few different blues here. Hard to tell. I mean, this looks kind of cool. I mean, I think it's probably, in all likelihood, that blue is probably like a cobalt blue. That probably would have been quite readily available then. One of the things, as I was blow drying, I was looking at this there and thinking, like, that looks so weird. I don't know, you know, as I'm working on this painting, there's weird stuff here that it definitely makes me question the authenticity of this painting. Like, oh, maybe that goes on an angle there. You know, the other thing that it just occurred to me, thinking about like the authenticity or authorship of this painting is what if it's like originally an unfinished Leonardo painting? Remember, we talked about how the majority of Leonardo's output was left unfinished or has since been lost. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Leonardo made a painting and left it unfinished. Other artists in awe of Leonardo made their own versions of his unfinished painting and potentially even took that canvas and tried to finish it. You know, just as people have done to greater or lesser results, like that woman who tried to restore that painting in Italy, or that fresco, and made a horrible mistake of it. And so in that sense, they might have taken a Leonardo, added things to it which were maybe clumsy. And if you think like, well, that's ridiculous, who would go in and paint over a Leonardo? Well, Michelangelo's Last Judgment in the Sistine Chapel, really one of the last great artworks of his life. So he painted the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel in the Vatican, and then years later painted the Last Judgment, which is this not on the ceiling but on the far wall. And he painted all these nude figures, like hundreds of them, in this huge. And then at some point later on, probably after Michelangelo died, somebody went and painted robes over all the nude bits and pieces that were visible. And that's long after Michelangelo had been established as one of the greatest artists of all time. You know, by the time Michelangelo dies, he's you know, about as close to a godlike figure as there ever was. So even Michelangelo's masterpiece was open to being completed or edited or fixed, however, or improved, however you want to think about it. So that makes me, as I think about it, it's interesting to. Anyway, I just find all this stuff super fascinating. I love artworks that are ambiguous, and there's stories like this where when you look at it, it provokes doubt or curiosity or confusion. I find that really fascinating. Kathy and Paula are having a conversation. Paula says, I love your paintings, Kathy. Kathy says, thanks, Paula. I love your stuff, too. So freeing and doing your own thing. I admire that. I'm trying to be less OCD about copying and to put my own take on them. I just ate dinner, so I feel refreshed. Awesome. Okay. Picking up those paint brushes, Kathy, painting along with me. I love it. Okay, so let's put. I should stop chatting and more painting. So, what was I saying? This blue. It's got a bit of a. I think it's a little bit of both, and there's a little bit of white in there. How much white we want to put in there, 'tis the question. Okay, I'm gonna take that paint, even if there's a little. Even if there's a little bit of brown on there, I don't mind that. Let's put this together. Take a bit more cool blue. So this is kind of closer to what you might say is a primary blue, like a cobalt, which exists in between these cool blue and warm blues. Okay, so I think that's close to the color. Let's put, ooh, that's a bit too much white. Well, actually, let's make this a bit more of a gray now that I've got. On the track here. We're like a hound dog on the scent. Okay, I think I'm pretty close. I do want to... I'm going to add some matte medium. To make this a bit transparent. So now that's like maybe 50% matte medium to paint. So we'll see how this all behaves when it gets onto the surface here. Okay, it's going on kind of bright, but I have a feeling on the track. Again, I'm going for the local color, which is the color without highlights or shadows, the kind of the average color. So this looks pretty bright right now, but I think when it dries, it's going to get darker because of the brown underneath. Because we put all that matte medium in there to make it more transparent. do I want to paint that little bit of... Yeah, let's paint a bit of this blue up here. Probably end up getting hidden by hair and stuff later, but let's put it in there. Paula says, take 2 teaspoons of pure apple cider vinegar and 1 teaspoon of lemon juice in half a cup of warm water to stop the stomach acids rushing up to the throat. The cough will stop immediately. That sounds like a great recipe, Paula. Thanks for your expert advice. So now the painting starts to kind of take form here. I think subsequent layers are going to be a little bit more gray. I think that needs, it's right now looks, well, we'll see. Actually, maybe I should blow dry that. I think it's going to get darker as it dries. Okay. I'm just questioning a little bit to myself, do I want to do anything to that background? Because you could see, remember how earlier on that brown seemed way too light. Now that this starts to kind of fill in, it does seem a little bit lighter on camera. In person, though, that looks pretty good. Like it. I am getting to the point, close to the point here, where if I do want to do anything there, I should do it now. Let's look at these side by side. It's so weird how now I look at that brown background in the original. It looks really green. Doesn't it look a little greenish? That's weird. Okay. I think I am. Okay, so let's just start a new chapter here. I'm going to go back to the background. Now that I've got more of the foreground finished, I do feel like I want to go here and just modify the background a little bit. And there's a few areas that I'm not so happy with. So let's take care of that right now. So I've got my brown that I made previously. I think I need a little, mix a bit more of it. Let's take some cool yellow and cool blue. Take a bit of red. And then mix some black in there. Now I'm going to use glazing fluid for this, as opposed to matte medium. Matte medium actually speeds up the drying time. And I want the exact opposite. I want to have a little bit more time to finesse this. So putting that glazing fluid in there is just going to give me just a few more minutes of open time. It does make it look a little bit gray when it dries, so it's going to go dry a bit much darker. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to take a bit more of that cool red. It's almost too dark, too black. So it's kind of important that I do this now, because in just a few minutes I'm going to start with the fingers and I don't want to have to paint around those shapes. That would be really tricky. I mean, that is closer to a black. I think as it dries, it's going to go a little bit more on the brown side. But it is so dark that... And it's not even just because of the paint. The paint itself wasn't necessarily overly black. It's just that there's now 3 layers of this dark brown, and that's preventing light from penetrating too deep into the original surface. And so it just ends up looking very, very dark. That's okay. I think it's going to change a little bit as it dries. There's that glazing fluid in there. It's going to slow the drying time down. Okay, let's give it a good blow dry. Okay. I think we're done with the background. Now, I'm hoping I'm done with the background. I'd like to move on from that and not have to touch it again later. I have kind of scooped my paint together on my palette so that I've got a little area where if I want to dip into it, that's the color. Okay, because, I might splatter some paint elsewhere. So really, what I want to do now, I want to start painting the skin of Salvator Mundi, or Jesus, right? So, actually, maybe before, let's just look what he's doing here. So he's got a brown. This is a bluish brown up here. So we see some of these kind of green qualities in some of the shadowy areas. Gets kind of warm, like reddish brown around the cheeks. It's also quite red. You'd expect this to be, well, there's yellow up here, but I would expect to see more blue down here, which we don't have. Again, who knows if that was originally there. But okay, let's mix. We need another. Warm brown. So really I'm just mixing a brown, and it's a little bit more on the reddish yellow side. I'm not even going to put any more blue in there because it's picking up some of the blue that's already there, so that's good. Now let's take some white. I'm also going to take some glazing fluid, mix this up. So we're going to paint with a relatively transparent white. Or sorry, relatively transparent highlight brown. Oops. Come on. Okay, to practice, I'm going to start out with like the hands. And build my confidence up to the other areas. I think I'm actually, this brown is good enough that there's just a little bit of white in here. I'm going to paint that whole hand. In fact, I'm going to paint all of the skin with this. So what I've done here is I've mixed a brown, a skin tone that is darker than what I had previously, but I also added a little bit of white into it. And so that white helps kind of cover things up. It's going to provide a little bit of it's going to allow, even in the darker areas, a bit of reflection of light. That's one thing I feel like I did with the Courbet, is the dark areas are so dark that it kind of looks a little bit strange. Especially when I dim my own lights in my house here. So I think that's going to help create just a little bit of luminosity to some of the darker areas. So there's only like maybe 5% white in there, but it's going to make a good foundation for the skin. So it's not just... Gonna blow dry that, so I try to paint glaze on wet paint is just gonna all fall apart. So okay. So let's keep on going with this lightning. Not like storm lightning, but lightning of the values in the face and stuff. Okay, so where should we go? Let's take this here. So now we are going to take more white. So we have a high amount of white in there, but also like probably even more glazing fluid. I'll take a soft brush and just soften that edge out. Scroll down. Obviously, we're gonna keep on going and continue lightening, but this is where we're starting. So I'm kind of speeding. I mean, that may not seem like I'm going too fast, but I'm probably going 200 times. Excuse me. I'm probably going about 200 times faster than what Leonardo did, which is going to make this painting look a little bit clumsy in a few places, but you know, that's what you get from trying to do a painting that would have taken probably at least a year to do when we're trying to make it happen in a matter of hours, right? I'm just going to take this. Okay, blow dry that. So I was just, as I'm looking at this, I see, let's say this area underneath the brow, these eyelids, this part of the nose, they're in shadow, but if you look at it carefully, there's white in that darker color. So he's using, so even though it's darker, it's still going to reflect a little bit of light, even in the darkness, as opposed to just being pitch black. So that helps reaffirm why I painted that kind of flesh color with a little bit of white overall the entire painting, because that's going to still bounce a bit of light back towards us, so that those areas aren't just pure dark. Okay, I'm just going to take the exact same color and just do another little round of this. Let's just keep on going. Let's... And so as I'm doing this, the area, the shape that I'm painting here is going to get smaller and smaller. So rather than painting, going to the edges of where I painted last time, it's getting smaller. You know, so it might sort of look like he's almost got clown makeup on or something at this moment. Have no fear, we're going to go the other way shortly here. So I want to give a shout out to Gamers Bro. Hello everyone from India. Woo! Awesome. Thanks for tuning in, my friend. Great to see you in the chat. I'd love to have you try one of these paintings. If maybe this one, although this one is definitely one of the most complex paintings we've ever done, but you could certainly take a try at it for sure. Okay. Okay. I'm going to do a little bit more. Let's do one more pass of this lighter skin tone, and then we'll move to the shadows. I mean, I think probably Leonardo, there might be, I'd say there's probably 10 to 15 layers at minimum of glaze in this painting to get, because I've mentioned a few times the sfumato technique, which is and maybe I'll even just show you here on the computer. I'm sure it is a Wikipedia entry. Is there a Wikipedia entry? There isn't? Okay. That's small. Sfumato, to tone down or evaporate like smoke. The fine shading that produces soft, imperceptible transitions between colors and tones is used most often in connection with the work of Leonardo da Vinci and his followers, who made subtle gradations without lines or borders from light to dark areas. The technique was used for highly illusionistic renderings of facial features and for atmospheric effects. So, to get that look, you're layering super thin layers of glaze to create that imperceptible change from one color to another. You could also be painting kind of two wet colors side by side, and you just blend the border between them out, which is how a lot of artists today do things. Glazing, like I like to do, is definitely an older technique for sure. I think I'm just going to go to one more light, and then I'm going to start going darker. I was going to go dark now, and then I'm going to go back and forth, but I'm already like 4 hours into this painting. I want to try to speed things along as quickly as possible here. Which, of course, means I'm less likely to get... in fact, I'm just looking at that color. I'm going to take a bit more warm yellow. So just an extra little bit of warm yellow and white, and then I'm mixing that into my glaze. I just want to move as quickly as possible onto the next few steps. It's going to mean it's going to lose a level of accuracy to the original, but let's be frank. I'm not going to be able to paint, one of the great paintings, or at least a painting attributed to one of the greatest artists of all time, and do complete justice to it in such a short period of time anyway. So trying to kind of harp on it too much is, I think, a bit of a waste of time. Yeah, I think that yellow makes a huge difference. I do notice that, you know, things are starting to become a little bit chalky. That's typical for this stage of the painting. When I get a little bit of the darker values in here, that won't be quite as much of a problem. Now I notice, you may say like, why you keep putting a white right there? It's because, or you know, this lighter skin tone, even though it's in shadow, it's because I had painted a little bit too much black over that area for my background, and it got a bit obscured. So I'm using this color to bring that feature back. Depending on how it looks or works, I may just leave it kind of a little bit brighter. Oh, there's Deborah says, hi folks, I have not been around lately. Rick was in the hospital and my brother was in a car accident. Rick is out now, my brother was in the trauma unit. My brother is recovering nicely, but it seemed that I was at the hospital more than home. I missed you folks. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, we missed you. I'm glad it sounds like people are on the mend. It's always good to take a moment to be grateful that we're relatively healthy enough to be alive at this moment. You never know which way life will take us, so it's good just to kind of be a little bit, take a moment to appreciate our health. Goodman says, hello, Mr. Markowsky and everyone. How are you all? Doing great, Goodman. Thanks for popping into the chat and saying hello. Okay, I need to blow dry that before I start going darker. Okay. Let's go dark now. Let's take, I think we're going to need to mix a new brown. So we'll take our, where are we here? Warm red. Warm yellow. And warm blue. Let's mix these guys all together. So that's a great brown. It's certainly a little bit dark for what we need at the moment. So I'm actually going to take a bit of it. I'm going to bring it over to this side and incorporate a little bit of my white in here. And I'm going to glaze with this. I'm bringing a bit of that white in there because I think the thing that I've learned here from Leonardo is even in the dark areas here, we don't want just a solid dark. We want that little bit of white is also going to help reflect a bit of light. Obviously, as we go further darker, we're going to I'll paint with less white. Randall says, "Good night, everyone. The movie was good. It's time for me to go to bed." I remember I saw something about a movie. Was Randall watching a movie? I wonder what movie that was. It's funny to think during the time I've been live here, someone has watched a movie, and here I am still working away. Okay, let's just use this color. Whoa, that might be too dark. Excuse me. If, by the way, you attempt to do this painting and you find it doing what I'm doing here, this glazing stuff, to be tricky in getting these smooth transitions of color, don't worry. This is like one of the greatest artists in human history working as magic, and we can only expect a certain level from ourselves. So don't beat yourself up if you're not doing what the master did in a third of the time that it took him. Not like how that just turned out, but it's okay. Don't lose faith, just keep going. little bit red. Too red with that. Oh well, it's okay. I'll take a bit more blue this time. Be the new one we do. Next one we do, I mean. Let's blow dry all that. Goodman says, I'm on my bed under the covers because tonight it's a little bit cold. I like to watch him before I fall asleep. It's like satisfying videos. LOL. Yeah, definitely not action-packed videos. That's for sure. Okay, let's go back here. blow dry that. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is kind of jump a little bit ahead. I'm going to use my black that I mixed hours ago. I'm going to put this into this color, my brown, and just really kind of, again, Leonardo, if this painting was indeed done by Leonardo, there would be 20 of these steps in between each one I'm doing. So okay, so I'm taking this, so I feel like I've been amping the color up quite a lot, and I think we just need to tone it down. It's getting kind of loud. So notice how, like, what I'll do here, I'm going to go over top of those lines. That's what helps create that kind of blur. That lack of lines. Yeah, this one is a challenge because as messy as it is now, you know, often when I do this, it might get a little bit messy, and it's like, okay, don't worry, because we're going to do a little bit of outlining, and that's going to clean up those edges. The Leonardo, technically, you don't want to have any outlines at all. But I'm not done. Nowhere near done, so just keep the spirits high because we're still got a ways to go, so I don't want to prejudge my painting before I'm anywhere. You know, I need to get more of this done before I can even, you know, really get too down on myself. And not that I'm down on myself at all, but I think it's just important for people to know that, because anybody attempting this painting, to know that, you know, if you're at this stage and you're not super happy with what you've done and you're like 4 hours into it like me, that it's okay. We're where we want to be. Hands blow dry. Something's weird. Why is this glazing fluid is... So you can see how the paint is being pulled off. Am I just not blow drying it long enough? I don't typically have... issue. Look at that. Okay, well, just let it go. Let's leave it there. Let it dry. Okay, Michael, blow dry this thing. Goodness, I mean, you never learn your lesson, do you? You could just... Okay. I think I'm going to take a bit of my cool blue, bring it into this black. So this is my cool blue. I'm going to glaze with this. I think one thing I'm noticing is everything's kind of very reddish, and I need a little bit more of a different color in here. Yeah, as I look at I could squint my eyes a little bit, and I feel like I need more yellow. I need a little, and I need a bit more blue. I also have to be aware that I haven't painted his hair really at all, and that's going to create a bit of a difference. even before I do that, Goodman's going to bed. Good night, everyone, and sleepy, and I hope you get better soon, Mr. Markowsky. Okay, I think I'm going to take a break from the skin. I need to do, like, there's still tons of stuff I need to do here, like the hair and the clothes. And I think, you know, I'm not discouraged, but I'm not happy with the way things are thus far. But it's also, I'm not exactly sure I know why. And so what I need to do is get more of the other elements in place. That's going to help just resolve a whole bunch of things. Like if the clothing starts to appear there, hair starts to go there, then it'll take emphasis away from maybe areas that I'm not happy with at the moment. So rather than just like fiddling on those areas, in fact, let's okay, I want to move on to other elements besides the skin here. I want to tackle the clothing and hair and see how what difference that makes. I think that's going to make a huge difference because right now those areas are quite flat and they create kind of a juxtaposition between these flat areas of the clothing and the more rendered areas of the hands and face. So let's, or should we, let's do the clothes first. Okay. So I've got this previously mixed color that I used for the clothing. I'm going to use that again. It's a little bit chunky, but that's okay because I'm going to dilute it. And let's go dark. Let's take our black. Now I've lost a lot of detail here. You know, if I had done some underpainting with some of these lines, that wouldn't be such a problem. So all of this stuff in the sleeves, I can't see any of it through here, so I'm gonna kind of make it up. What is going on in here? What am I looking at? spring. That up. Darken. So I'm going to go in the opposite direction now. Let's take some white. I should blow dry all that, shouldn't I? Blow dry it. I know it's a pain. So this part of the robe would be getting most of the highlights, most of the light, so we can kind of add that in there. I'm just going to dilute this color and make it less intense so I can paint some of the highlights that are kind of in the shadows. So, you know, like what I'm doing here is painting paint that's got maybe 10% worth of pigment in there. Barely modifying the painting at all. I mean, it looks white right now, and there is white in there, but there's also a lot of glazing fluid, which as it dries will become invisible, or mostly invisible. So it looks like a little bit of more intense white squeezed out of the paintbrush as I was painting it. It's okay. Okay, so I will darken some of those things as well. You know, just like anything, I kind of go a little bit back and forth, back and forth. So one thing, as I was painting this, I started kind of feeling like, even though his blue clothing here is in behind that ball, the way that was sort of seemed to be kind of bulging out and then going back in, and it made it sort of look like the ball, this orb was kind of distorting his clothes in an odd way. So that's what I was trying to do, is kind of eliminate that. So there's this kind of there is a bit of distortion in that, like, the ball, you know, the folds as they go behind there are quite kind of, are very visible. But when we, or no, the folds on, sorry, I mean, the folds on either side of the orb, especially the top, are quite distinct. But they sort of, they get kind of blurred out as they hit the orb there, so. And it's basically, we're going to glaze with some black back on top of that. Okay. I should probably blow dry that. Okay. I'm going to take a bit more of this, do one last little bit of round of highlights on this clothes in just a few little places. Here. Okay, I'm going to move on from the highlights, go back into the shadows. Okay, so just added probably more black in here than I think I should have, but just in the interest of going fast, because to get a few other things done tonight besides this painting. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm on the camera. Oh, I noticed Lori says, just got off work, happy to catch this love stream or live stream. Hi, Lori. Visual Learning says, I popped in earlier when the outline was happening and I knew this was going to be a long one. Totally. Yeah, you called it. Absolutely. not the biggest fan of, I mean, I can't believe I probably spent an hour and a half working on this clothing. It's some of the simplest clothing I've done in a while. And somehow I'm not too impressed with myself. Okay. I think I want to, let's get this part of the sleeve in. I think that needs to happen ASAP. So let's take some white. I'll need to make a new black here shortly. Let's add a little touch of brown into this color here. Let's blow dry that. Okay, there's a lot of detail here, but I'm not going to paint it all, so let's need to make some more black. hands. Do we want to do anything with the hands at this exact moment? I don't think so. Let's go to the hair. So this hair would probably have taken maybe a couple of months to pull off, and I want to try to do it as quickly as possible, like maybe in half hour, 45 minutes. Good luck with that, but it would be nice to be able to do it sooner than later. Okay, got this really dark brown here. What's the quickest way to proceed? Let's make a warm brown, dark warm brown. I started doing this and I realized, oh, my brush has got black in it. It's filthy. But that's okay, because we're going to try to make it dark brown anyway. Okay. What are we going to do here? I'm just going to leap forward. What's the fastest way I can do this? Refer to my outline. It's to think about like drawing basically the I'm just gonna find some dark areas and kind of paint them in. You know what? I probably should blow dry this because I got a bunch of wet paint there, so let's just do that real quick. Come on. these ringlets quickly. What's the pattern here? Okay, I mean, that's pretty crude, but unless I want to be here till next year doing this same painting. I'm gonna have to cut a few pretty rough corners. Now, one thing about painting this quickly is you can see there's lots of texture that's being developed here. Which is definitely not in Leonardo's. But, you know, it doesn't bother me too much. especially like, you know, when the painting is done, all that textures, it's gonna, as the painting dries, that texture is gonna kind of subside a little bit. But what it will do, you know, light will reflect off of it. And create maybe highlights where I haven't painted them, which is not a bad thing necessarily. Okay, let's take a bit of this warm yellow. Come on. Looks a little green. Let's put a bit more red in here. I'm just gonna blow dry that. So right now, I'm just kind of filling this hair up with different kind of colors in here as quickly as possible. My solution to try to get these the hair done as quickly as possible is I'm just going to kind of fake out. I mean, I'm going to try to do a little bit of the ringlets, but the main thing I'm going to do is just try to kind of fake out complexity. Make it look like there's a heck of a lot more going on here than there really is. So that's why I painted all those darker lines, and then I've just sort of gone back over top of them with lighter ones. So what I'm doing is I'm taking my warm yellow. I took a bit of white as well. Adding some glazing fluid to make this a little bit more fluid-like. That's actually not bad. I keep stamping my hand on the other half of the face there. I'm gonna regret that if some of that paint comes off on my hand and starts, which it has done. Okay, so there you go. I am gonna. I spoke too late, I guess it seems. Okay, let's blow dry that before I do that again. Let's just keep on motoring. So, what I began by doing was, some of the darker lines. Then I kind of just painted over it to kind of create some kind of stuff going on underneath the surface. And then I'm putting these highlights. Shortly here, I'm going to start going back in with some darker lines. Okay, maybe I should do the darker stuff now. You know what? I got this brown that I made a long time ago. Maybe let's just... Oh, this was my background color, wasn't it? So let's take that. You know, I should probably, let's blow dry this whole thing. It is what it is. So what I think is kind of remarkable about this painting, you know, people make a big deal out of the hair, of the way that Da Vinci painted hair. It is beautiful, but it's also just super time consuming because he's really spending some time doing some careful observation and requires like an exceeding amount of patience. Okay. I think just time-wise, I gotta move on from that hair. I mean, I could spend another hour on it, but goodness, like, what time is it right now? It's 11 o'clock. Oh my goodness. I wonder if those people who are watching right now are painting along, or what are you guys up to? Falling asleep, probably a few of you. That tends to be one of the more popular services that I provide. I'm helping out the insomniacs around the world. Okay, let's now that skin needs more yellow, doesn't it? It's very red. That's too much. Let's put some white in it. Okay, that feels like that puts me back on a track there. I mean, part of what's odd about this painting is kind of how washed out the features are. Should be blow dry. Okay, let's blow dry it. Okay. Sometimes I never learn. I find myself, I'm looking at this painting, trying to figure out for the life of me how this is done. So definitely on camera, there seems like so much red here. We want a yellow-based brown. think I went a bit too far with that yellow. So let's blow dry all this here before I ruin it. Ah. I gotta say, I am so tempted to just start outlining things all over the place, but trying to resist the urge and remain kind of true to Da Vinci here. But the pull is strong. Maybe I should blow dry that. Oh man, look at that stuff stamped on the bottom there. Let's see if I can erase that. Get some water on a rag. Okay, like, so that area that I just painted over, I don't actually mind it so much. It's just that it's very different than everything else. That's the only thing that kind of irks me a little bit. So, because it kind of looks like a mistake that was covered up. So... how do I incorporate that? Forehead. Just wipe that away. I don't know, I kind of like that. It is a discoloration. I mean, I do want to kind of go back over it there, but maybe I'm just going to move on. Let's get... I need to darken those eyes a little bit. Like, you know what is remarkable about Leonardo is he's doing all of this with the most primitive of tools compared to what I've got here. It is nothing short of mind-boggling what he was able to accomplish with, you know, which is with virtual Stone Aged tools. I mean, it's... Which you can understand also then, therefore, why he would be, you know, such an inventor, is that he probably just... It probably did drive him a little bit crazy, how limited he was with what was available to him at the time. I think if Leonardo was alive today and he just walked into this room, he would just be blown away with the access I have to just, you know, so many, I mean, not beyond the fact that I can order anything and have it delivered from around the world in, like, you know, a matter of days if I'm interested in paying the postage for it. Whereas back then, you just sort of had to make do with whatever you had. Oh my goodness, all those little bubbles. I mean, I could work on this painting for an extra 3 or 4 months and still feel like I'm just beginning. So, you know, like those little outlines I think actually help a lot. But Leonardo would be just horrified. He's like, why? Why would you go all that way? Going out of your way to be as subtle as possible. And then towards the very end, you start throwing in the darned outlines. Just couldn't help yourself, could you, Michael? That looks so strange. But fixing it could make things way worse. Gotta blow dry a few things here. So I'm taking I saved my background color for this precise thing, little touch-ups. Oops, of course, you can't even see what I'm doing. That's excellent. You know, working on a painting like this, you can understand why over the last couple hundred years artists wanted to paint in other ways that were far less time consuming. That they were just like, you know what, everything else in life is going really fast. The idea of sitting around making a painting that takes, you know, months and months and months to create just seems totally out of sync with the times. See, I like this color. So I am actually tempted to put this kind of grayish green in a few other places. Because it feels like I stumbled upon that color. But at the moment it kind of looks more like a mistake that's been covered up as opposed to a color that I really want. So how would you make that color? What do we got there? That's like a warm blue, warm yellow, make a green. Take some of our black, white, okay, that's not too far off. Just need to make it darker. And way more transparent. See, I'm gonna put a bit of cool yellow in there. Let's put a bit of cool blue in there. Subham says, hey, I'm following your Corona Time videos, introductory drawing course, and they are very nice. Thank you. Thanks, Subham. That's awesome. Okay, that was close, but that went kind of purpley. Blow dry that again. Okay, I think that's a little bit better. I think what I need is... Okay, I think I'm gonna move on from that. Let's do the center thing here. There's Barbara. Good morning. I knew you'd still be painting away on this one when I woke up. Such a joy to see your heavenly creation. Well, I appreciate the compliment, Barbara, but I don't know how heavenly of a creation I've got going on here. Okay. All of these. I really do not feel like painting all that detail in this right here. Oh my goodness. I'm just kind of gently darkening some of these lines so that they kind of fade in and out a little bit, so that they're not so continuously bright, because they're going to be kind of coming in and out of the light, right? Before I move on from that, while I discover this darker glaze. so weird how yellow that looks on camera. It's not really yellow at all. Anyway. So how do I want to approach that detail? I could use a Posca pen. I do have a yellow Posca pen, but that's gonna be really bright. I think I'm gonna have to paint this just like he did. I was gonna let's do the globe and let's think about it. Let somebody else deal with it. And it's like, oh, but that's me. I'm the one who actually gonna have to deal with it. So I'm gonna take my warm yellow. I'm gonna put some white in here. You know, considering how much detail is in here, you can see why it took like 10 years to restore this painting. I mean, it was in probably some of the worst shape you can possibly imagine. And we looked at photos of it earlier. And so you think, like, what's the point of even trying to clean and salvage and restore it? Well, $450 million is a pretty good reason to take the time to bring this painting back to life. I mean, I would say whoever did the restoration of this painting should be seen as a master in and of them. I think they probably did more to make this painting look the way it does today than the original artist. I mean, if it was Leonardo, I think he did obviously a good job. The thing that also complicates things is Leonardo was like a minor celebrity during his lifetime. And like I said, Michelangelo studied Leonardo's paintings growing up. And he must have been just overjoyed being able to meet him. It would be like meeting your idol, like a rock star, like Bob Dylan or Keith Richards or something. So the reason why that's... Where was I going with that thought? The reason... Not sure where I was going with that. I guess that, you know, I wouldn't consider this to be like one of his, even if this is purely by Leonardo. I mean, it's a great painting, don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't say it ranks in the top tier of his work. But, you know, he was such a great artist that even lesser works by a great artist can be seen as masterpieces. In the same way that, like, you know, that the recent Beatles song that came out, Here and Now. You know, is it a great song? I don't know. I wouldn't say it's a great song. But the fact that, you know, it's a Beatles song makes it instantly important. Whether you like the Beatles or not, they had a undeniable cultural influence. And so even a minor song that probably had it been completed during the life of the band would probably not even have been good enough to make it on a B-side of an album. But, you know, 40 years later after the band broke up, or longer, I can't remember. They break up in what, 69? It's like 50 years. It's hard to know what it is I'm talking about. I'm talking to myself. Painting without a break for 7 hours. Your brain's kind of devolves into some kind of jelly. Okay. All of those crisscrossing lines. Obviously, I'm not going to do all of that. But what would be the minimum I could do here? In fact, I'm just going to take a piece of paper and try to sketch this out. So we got... Oops. I could just do something like that and be done with it. But that is kind of nice, right? Just how much can I fit There's the question. Barbara says, comments on Lori's comment hours ago, the love stream. Typos, haha. I think there's only 7 hours between Canada and the UK at the moment. Is it? So it's... What time is it over there, Barbara? It's 12:31 a.m. here in the west coast of Canada. So just past midnight. Oh, that would mean it's like 7:30 in the morning over there. Okay, let's maybe I should just quickly draw this out. Yeah. Let's just paint it. Now, this also is something I find kind of odd. I mean, I don't know, like, did Leonardo do this type of intricate patterning in the same way that, I don't know. says it is 7:30 a.m. But we haven't sprung forward yet. Oh, don't you guys do a daylight savings time and all that stuff up there as well, or? Ah, look at that mistake. Smudged. Like when does that happen? I mean, I kind of don't mind it like that, but does that look too Aztec or something? Would it look better if I did the intersecting? Probably would, obviously, right? I can't decide. Okay, well, I'll put it, since I can't decide, let's put it aside and work on Barbara says, perhaps Leonardo did the face and hands with minions doing the fiddly bits. That's actually probably absolutely 100% true. You know, if you know, it's like basically being an artist is like running a small business. And would it have been worth his time to sit here, because to do all of the detail that you see in this painting, all of that, I mean, that's weeks worth of work. And there's probably other things that would be of better use of his time to do while one of his minions, as you put it, focuses on that, for sure. 100%. Very good point. Okay, let's move on to the globe, the orb. Now, it wouldn't surprise me if these 3 dots have, you know, part of some kind of constellation. I didn't read anything about that, but obviously it doesn't mean that that's not the case. Okay. Now, we need to make... I'm going to take some of this cool yellow. Oops. almost debating whether to do those little dots in there. Part of me wonders if that's worth it. You know, maybe while I've got this on here, I'm going to come back up to the hair. Probably a little bit overboard. Oh, goodness. It does look like he put a tiny little reflection in both eyes there. Okay, let's... Okay, just a few final things here before I call it a day. I want to put just a little bit of red on his lips here, and then I think I can walk away feeling happy. Barbara says, UK clocks go forward this weekend. Barbara says, LOL 2 Aztec. Caravaggio did that, I think. I forgot what we were talking about. Caravaggio did what? What did he do? Not sure. Forgot what we were talking about. I have at this point, I have the memory of a mouse. Jason says, hello, internet friends. I'm late to the party and I can't believe nobody told me to turn on the notifications. Yeah, gosh. Somebody should have mentioned that at some point, eh? Barbara says, I read somewhere that the globe was probably polished rock crystal rather than glass. So the dots would be flawless in the... Oh, so the dots would be flaws in the crystal. Interesting. That's entirely possible. Like, yeah, that would make some sense. Like bubbles or air trapped in there or something. Barbara says, hi Jason, never seem to get the notifications, although I subscribe. Usually Tuesdays is a good bet on catching live streams, with Thursdays as an added bonus. Yeah, those are the 2 days that seem to work best for me schedule-wise at the moment, although over the years sometimes it's been Wednesdays and Fridays and on and on. Okay. What did I say? Oh, I was going to do a little bit of rouge on the lips. Okay, so let's just take a little bit of glazing fluid here. Immerse the brush in the glazing fluid. Dab a bit of red in there. The goal is not to give him like lipstick, but just a tiny bit of... And you know, while I'm at it, I do feel a little bit compelled to put a bit of this on the cheeks. Is that foolish of me? Even though there isn't really... Yeah, just a little bit of that I think is nice. Do I dare darken under the chin here a bit? I think I do dare. Did that barely made a change. Let's blow dry. Barbara says Caravaggio did faces. Yeah. So, I'm sorry, I missed the... Caravaggio did that. He painted faces. Yeah. Not sure what that means. Oops. Shoe Belt, or Shoe Bolt, says hello. Shoe Bolt. The Shoe Belt. That could also be a very interesting type of clothing. A shoe belt. But shoe bolt is nice too. Oops.
Barbara says, the restoration of this painting was done by Diane Modestini. There's a film about her work. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. I don't know if she's obviously she's a restorer, but if she's also an artist herself. Because I think what she's done here is elevated, you know, an interesting painting, but obviously, but I think her work has really transformed this into an even better painting. It's interesting. On camera, I see all of these things there that aren't quite as visible. One thing I'm just starting to notice that I've kind of done here is I keep narrowing his face, making it more, whereas Leonardo has this is a bit more of a square jaw. So these become more and more feminine the way I've been painting it. I think I've done as much as I can do on this painting. I mean, I love doing what I've just been doing for the past couple of hours, is tinkering. But, you know, I don't know how much better it's actually getting. But this is one of my favorite parts, is all those little things at the end. Anyway, just before we do our side-by-side comparison, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. It's talking to you, Jason. And consider leaving a small donation if you found any of this interesting, or if you thought this was really terrible and you want to buy me some art lessons or something. I've been painting for 9 hours. My brain is mush. Anyway, there's a PayPal link down below. You can use an e-transfer. You can send a check through the mail. You can contact me through my email. It's on the Facebook group, which if you haven't joined that already, you better do that. Next week, I think it's on Wednesday or Thursday, we're doing our bonus feedback episodes. If you'd like to participate in that, join the Facebook group. And my email's also on my website. Those links are all down below, not under the table, but under the video that you're watching right now in the video description below. And Jason says, Roger that. I appreciate that. Thanks, Jason. I was wondering if you were still watching. Great. So let's take a look at these paintings. So there's the original, which may or may not have been painted by Leonardo da Vinci. We'll never really know. Some people are convinced that it is. And then here's the version that I've just been working on all day and all night here. I'm going to make that a little bit smaller so you can see. I mean, are there things about this painting that I've done that I'm not happy with? Yeah, totally. And as I see that kind of drives me a bit bonkers. But you know, I could just sit here and paint and paint and paint for the rest of my life on the same painting and never move on and be completely paralyzed with feelings of unhappiness, and that doesn't do anybody any good. So at some point you gotta know when to fold them, know when to hold them. Just like I'm doing right here. I think maybe just wiping that mostly away. You know what? I said I was done. Let's just end. Let's be done. Okay, so you know, with a painting like this that is in many ways relatively simple, there's, you know, lots of things that one can do well or not so well, and so it gives lots of possibility for distortion here. So let's zoom in. Let's start maybe with this hand. Okay, so as I've said a few times, one of the things I think is one of the greatest achievements of Leonardo is the way he paints hands. The way that I've painted this hand is no Leonardo. It's, you know, I mean, it's okay for, you know, I don't know how long I spent on it, maybe an hour cumulatively, 2 hours tops. You know, it's not my finest work, but it's also not terrible. It is what it is, and as I said, I noticed I should have put maybe a little bit of a shadow underneath the palm there, but I'm going to move on. you know, some of these folds and things. Let's go to that next. You know, by the point at time I got here, I was like, you know what, let's just speed this process up because we'll be here all day. So there is some definite distortions, and it's you know, in terms of folds in fabric, it's kind of not particularly logical what's happening there, but yeah, it's okay. Let's look at the clothing here, and I don't know what you would call this kind of. Is it stitched on the fabric, or is it some sort of like sash or something? What are we looking at here? Obviously, I greatly simplified the detail there. I mean, the original painting is not that big either. I mean, it's maybe it's probably twice as big as this painting. So, you know, while I could say, well, you know, it's so much smaller and that's the size of my finger, there's only so much detail. Leonardo was able to, or whoever painted this painting, whether it was Leonardo and an assistant or just an assistant or whatever, was able to get a tremendous amount of detail into that same area, which is quite remarkable. I decided to kind of leave it in this kind of, I don't know, American Southwest Aztec kind of style, as opposed to just going full on with the patterning, because I think, you know, that might be enough. Sometimes going all out is just going to make it look busy and maybe less interesting. So, yeah, I think I'm just going to leave it like that. I think there's some kind of gems that are reflecting. Let's look at the orb. So, I think that turned out reasonably well. You know, there is all of these little, I don't know, air bubbles, or as Barb was saying, maybe flaws in the crystal. I decided not to do all that because I thought, you know, first of all, that would take me a long time. Second of all, I felt like, you know, sometimes putting in all that detail can actually make things worse. I thought, you know what, I'm going to err a little bit on the side of simplicity here. I don't think it makes a radical change either in the way that one looks at the painting, so I think that's okay. Let's look at, let's go to kind of the shoulder there and just sort of look at you know, the color I've got here. You know, now the more I look at his, the more that color not only doesn't, it looks more teal. It didn't even occur to me to add a little bit of yellow in there. Now, that's possible. I could just glaze with some cool yellow over top of this blue, and it would go a little bit teal. I don't mind it like this either, though, right? I do want to just sort of take a look at, you know, the chest area. This is one area that I wanted to be very careful with, because if I was not careful with the way that I did this, it would start to look like, you know, cleavage, you know, like a bust. And so I kind of tried to be as not elevating, keeping this fairly flat, I guess you might say, there. And then, you know, I guess we can take a look at the hair too while we're down here. You could see that, you know, the famous ringlets in the hair of the way that Leonardo paints hair is amazing. I was, you know, if you think I took a long time now, imagine if I tried. I mean, I could do literally an entire episode where we just paint that. I mean, that could be interesting, perhaps. But I decided just to kind of fudge it and then move on. And then lastly, the face itself. You know, it is pretty wonderful, the amount of subtlety that Leonardo gets here, the sfumato technique. You know, it's so delicate. Like, there's a couple of hard lines here around the eyes, maybe in the mouth, underneath the nose, but other than that, it's so soft. It almost sort of looks like chalk pastel or something. And I had mine like that for a long time, and it just didn't look good on my version. I needed to kind of go in and as I've been doing for maybe the last hour, sort of darkening and creating more contrast, pushing the lights and darks. I feel like I could actually have gone a little bit lighter. And then what ended up happening is I kind of ended up sort of chiseling that jaw into more of a point, which made the face look more feminine and maybe kind of, you know, was in danger of becoming a portrait of Mary as opposed to Jesus, I think, right? You can see the way that the original eyes are painted, or they're closed, or not closed. They're less open than mine. So, you know, in the one on the left, he looks, how would you say, you know, his gaze is a little bit more intense, whereas here the gaze his face is more relaxed, I would say. Well, I don't know how you, maybe not. Well, my face feels like it's fairly relaxed. His has that like, it's like the eyes are narrowed a little bit, which gives him like a look of, you know, it's like the difference between mine are just like relaxed eyes and his are kind of, you know, it's like if you watch Curb Your Enthusiasm and Larry David gives them that's kind of the look I'm thinking of. The other thing I'm not so happy with, by continuing to darken and darken, that almost sort of also looks like some kind of like necklace, or what would you, like what do they call it, like a choke collar or something, you know, that kind of necklace that goes right tight against the neck all the way around. So, you know, I couldn't resist. Like, it was very hard for me just to let that, to have such a subtle transition from the jaw down into the neck. You know, I think the woman that restored this painting did an, I think really maybe potentially even improved upon the original. Anyway, I think, you know, it's not bad. It's not my greatest work. You know, so and it's a little bit humbling for sure. I don't know if I can necessarily recommend anybody to attempt this, but maybe people can learn from my mistakes a little bit, perhaps, hopefully. That's what I'm trying to do here anyway. Okay. Thanks everyone for painting along with me. Oh, there's Ari saying good morning. Ari's back. Barbara's back. Everyone on the other side of the world's just waking up. Barbara says, that's my problem, knowing when to just give up on a painting. White Pines is not in the bin yet, but I hear you, Michael. This is a beautiful painting. The globe is extraordinary. Well, I really appreciate Ari says the painting looks amazing. Very similar, in my opinion, his gaze. Oh, it's howling a gale over there. I think I'll stay in bed. That sounds like a good idea. I'm going to head to bed myself as it's approaching 2 in the morning here on the west coast of North America. Have a wonderful day, everyone. We'll see you guys on Thursday for Maudie Thursday. I've been working on a Last Supper painting over the last few days. So ideally, Thursday I'll be completing that painting during that session and kind of do a little time lapse showing you everything I did before then. But yeah, until then, have a great night, everybody. Thanks for making art, keeping me company. You're doing the world a favor by spreading your joy of creativity with the world, encouraging, inspiring other people to do the same. The more people who are making art, the more beautiful our planet and more peaceful our societies and communities will be. Gives an outlet for all of those emotions that plague every person. So thank you for helping me on this journey to spread the power of art across the globe. We'll see you guys on Thursday morning. Have a great night, everybody. Until then, bye-bye. Eventually, I'll say goodbye. Goodbye, everybody.